invested in infrastructure in the state. DTE will spend $2 billion with Michigan companies this year alone, creating thousands of jobs while providing clean, safe, reliable energy, improving lives today, and building an even stronger tomorrow. Because we're all Michiganders. Nothing stands in our way. DTE.
68 degrees. It's 1 minute before 6 o'clock in the morning.
Here's what happened. Americans wanted a faster horse. So we built them a car.
Cars began coming off the assembly line at the rate of 1 every 40 seconds.
Then they needed a car that worked harder than a car. So we built something else. The truck. Americans said, okay, now we're getting somewhere. And they used our trucks to build interstates and families and communities and industries. Americans used these trucks to build livelihoods and neighborhoods. And in their spare time, tow really heavy things. Americans needed vehicles worthy of who they are and what they can do. So, we built them a truck.
In 1872, a young man set out on foot on a 500-mile journey across the state of Virginia. His name was Booker T. Washington, and he was heading for the Hampton Institute, a school that had been founded for the training of the freedmen and the freedwomen following the Civil War. Little did he know that he would become that school's most famous graduate.
He takes both agricultural courses as well as academic courses. He excels at both, but he's most taken by the philosophy that African Americans should try to build economic power through industrial education.
Booker T. Washington becomes the principal and leader of Tuskegee Institute in Tuskegee, Alabama, a school for African Americans, and creates it into something that no one ever saw before.
Under his direction, Tuskegee became one of the leading institutions of higher learning for African Americans in the country. His success brought him a great deal of national attention and launched him onto the lecture circuit. In 1895, he delivered his most famous and most controversial address. It became known as the Atlanta Compromise. The speech was artfully crafted to impress his largely white and extremely conservative audience. In the speech, Washington urged African Americans to focus on long-term economic development rather than continue to agitate for their civil and political rights.
He thought that it was best for African Americans to gain an industrial education and ideally translate that into land ownership, business ownership, and build up institutions of their own.
In a way, Booker T is saying we have to remember that our well-being relies on the goodwill of white people. And the best way to ensure our future is to make ourselves useful to white people rather than agitating for a partnership they clearly are not ready to give to us.
To his most searching critics, Washington was leading African Americans backwards towards slavery. But some of his behind-the-scenes efforts reveal a more complex picture.
At the same time as his public-facing politics were accommodationist, he's also funding anti-discrimination lawsuits challenging Jim Crow segregation. So he understood the problems of segregation. He was trying to find a way for the masses to survive and endure until the context changed.
The racial and economic disparities that have long existed in this country have only been widened by the coronavirus and amplified by the most recent acts from the very real consequences of systemic racism and inequity. This includes individuals, governments, nonprofits, and the private sector. Racial equality and economic opportunity are deeply connected. That's why Bank of America has committed $1 billion over 4 years to address critical gaps in affordable housing, access to healthcare, employment and job skills, and the resources small businesses need to succeed. We can do more, and we need to do more now to further advance racial equality and economic opportunity for all.
It's coming in to catch up with the owner. The curated collection you can't find anywhere else. And how she sets aside those pieces she knows are so you. The small details are a big reason to come back and shop your favorite small businesses. We know them. We love them. So let's go shop small with American Express.
I'm very proud to work with Chemico. We started this company in 1989 from scratch. And to date, we're about just under 500 employees. We operate in 24 states and 3 countries. I'm extremely proud of what we've done to add value to our customer supply chain, add value to the lives of our employees, and add value in the communities in which we operate. It's a really simple concept, but I'm extremely proud of all that we do at this organization.
Working with Leon is extremely interesting. He's always very high energy, very enthusiastic, very motivated, and it's very difficult not to feel those things when you work with Leon.
He has over 20 mentees, so he's a very big mentor, whether it be informally or formally. He coaches people, and he does this while still running Chemical. So the question is, I don't know how the man sleeps.
I knew Leon for almost 5 years before I joined the company, and I worked with him as a partner. And I joined him because I saw those traits, and I wanted to be a part of what he was building.
He's a fun guy. He's a hard worker, but he knows how to have fun. And yeah, he works hard and he plays hard.
Businesses are largely in COVID. Small businesses have been almost twice as likely to shutter.
Disproportionately so.
More than half of Black business owners
struggling to obtain federal paycheck protection.
COVID-19 somehow we always find a way to rise.
To the blueprint builders, to the backbones of every block, to the late night legends and the pioneers of legacy. For the curators of the culture, for the family franchise, and for generations to follow. You might fall, but never fail. Keep rising, keep rising, keep rising. Apply today for a variety of business, marketing, and tech makeovers on us to help your rise.
I bought my first real suit
from Hot Sam's clothing store. My dad was a very snazzy dresser, and he brought me down to Hot Sam's when I was about 15 years old. And it's what's funny now, I'm waiting on young people that their fathers, their grandfathers, and now they're bringing their sons in to get their first suit. Probably around the same age as I was when my father took me.
Hot Sam's has been in Detroit since 1921, which is, 99 years now? And over the course of those years, Hot Sam's has developed relationships.
The relationship we build with our customers is probably the most important thing. Because when we bought the store, we decided, I want to know these people more than just at the register.
It's not so much about the fashion as it is the people. My father, Mr. Green, myself, our team here is what keeps people coming.
Was able to survive the Great Depression in 1929, the recession. So change is constant. But the one change that was amazing, never happened before, shut our doors because of the pandemic for 4 months. Okay, it's shut down, never shut down before. What do you do? What do you do?
Ray Waters, who works with the Detroit Development Fund, reached out to my father and Mr. Green and told us about an opportunity with Fifth Third Bank.
So Fifth Third Bank calls me and says, I think we have something for you. I don't have an account with them. I have an account with 2 or 3 other banks, and neither one of my other banks called me to say that. Neither one. Fifth Third helped us keep the doors open so we continue on this journey of 100 years.
Part of the problem in terms of the African American community, a couple of things we've never had. We've never had generational wealth. We never had buying power. And we never had longevity. Okay? We have that now in this business, so we can pass that on to our children.
I really want to make sure that my father and Mr. Green, that their story of how they became owners is told. It is my job to make sure that I reach back and acknowledge what they did so that I can be here today to carry on the legacy.
Without question, Booker T. Washington was the single most well-known African-American of his time and may have been the most celebrated Black person in the entire world.
Future educator and orator, Booker T. Washington was born a slave on a Virginia plantation on April 5, 1856.
He had to work as a young child, and so he had to juggle hours walking miles and miles to school and then rush back to work. It was very difficult, but he was determined, and that's how he learned to read and write.
Washington was allowed to attend school while working as a servant, and in 1872, he befriended the founder of Hampton Institute, who offered him a scholarship to the school.
The emphasis at school was on industrial education, on crafts, on technical skills, teaching Blacks and the former slaves how to make themselves valuable to the community in a very literal way.
Washington taught at Hampton before being appointed by General Samuel Armstrong to head the newly formed institute in Tuskegee in 1881.
This was a groundbreaking endeavor because Armstrong trusted this young man to go to Alabama and create something basically out of nothing.
During the post-Reconstruction period, tensions between African Americans and Southern whites were at a fever pitch. But as evidence of racial progress, Washington was asked to address a predominantly white audience at the 1895 Atlanta Expo. The speech turned Washington into a national figure.
The Atlanta Compromise speech is viewed as controversial because he essentially said that politics was for mainstream society, and the thing for African Americans was to be separate as the fingers on our hand and not involve ourselves with white society.
Booker T. Washington saw that as a bargain that he had to strike. Those who disagreed with him felt that he had conceded far, far too much to the conservative white South.
In 1900, Washington formed the National Negro Business League to promote the economic development of African Americans. 1 year later, he chronicled his life in the autobiography Up From Slavery.
Booker T. Washington's autobiography was one of the most influential books published by an African American at the turn of the century.
Washington urged African Americans to accept their unequal position in society, while secretly funding litigation for civil rights cases. In 1905, however, leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois renounced Washington's philosophy and insisted upon full civil rights for all African Americans.
There were people during Washington's time and even now who were very critical of Washington's racial politics. Washington was willing to trade political and voting rights for economic rights. And Du Bois and others said, that's too hard a bargain.
Washington remained principal of Tuskegee and wrote a total of 14 books before his death on November 14, 1915. He was buried on the campus of Tuskegee University.
Mark Twain is now thought of as America's first celebrity because he was so good at capturing the public imagination, and it became important to him to have a public image.
We're here for it all. Day 1 to year 100. The times you remember and things you'd rather leave behind. Standing by for the late nights, the midday surprises, and everything in between. We're here for it all, and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card.
Booker T. Washington was the leading African-American figure in every sphere of American society from the standpoint of the white leaders of the late 19th and early 20th century. He was an educator, he was an author, he was a statesman. He was the first Black broker of power and privilege for really millions of African Americans. Born into slavery in the 1850s, freed after the Civil War. He was educated at one of the first historically Black colleges, not really a college at the time, more of an agricultural and normal institute called Hampton Institute in Hampton, Virginia. He was the beneficiary of a missionary, a man named General Samuel Chapman Armstrong, who saw education as an important gateway to racial progress for recently freed Black people. And Booker T. Washington was a devoted student of his. Their whole philosophy, both Chapman Armstrong as well as Booker T. Washington, was to teach Black people the basic skills to make a major contribution to the economic progress of America. And that took the form primarily of industrial and vocational training. So Booker T. Washington was able to parlay that approach to change, that is, an economic focus, relaxing any interest in political and civil rights, at least publicly, and drew tremendous attention from major white philanthropists, from Andrew Carnegie to John Rockefeller. If given the choice between working with Blacks at all or exterminating them, those in power in the white South worked with Booker T. Washington. They supported his program because they saw the necessity for Black labor as crucial for stabilizing the New South and putting it back on a course that would recover from the devastation of the Civil War.
Greetings, global community. I'm Dr. Kenneth L. Harris, National President and CEO of the National Business League. Thank you for attending the 34th Annual National Black Supplier Conference with the NBL Live Virtual Plus experience, featuring more than 1,000 Black business attendees and 125 Fortune 500 corporate partners throughout the country. Filmed right here in the heart of the city of Detroit in Michigan, with a community that is 82% Black in population and more than 49,000 Black-owned businesses out of 62,000 businesses total, which is 80% of all small businesses in the city, unlike anywhere in the country. As the Black community is faced with the unprecedented, disproportionate impact of the pandemic, the NBL's focus will be on COVID-19's economic recovery and the digital evolution of Black businesses. The National Business League, which was founded on August the 23rd, 1900, by the iconic and legendary Booker T. Washington, is celebrating 120 years of service, representing more than 120,000 members, 365 local league chapters, and 125 Fortune 500 corporate partners throughout the United States and globally. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, Black businesses were growing 3 times the national rate to more than 2.6 million firms nationwide, employing over 3.5 million jobs, totaling over $130 billion in total revenue, with access to $1.5 trillion Black consuming purchasing power within the United States of America, with Black women being the fastest growing segment of entrepreneurs in the country, regardless of race, creed, color, ethnicity, gender, or sexual orientation. Despite the tremendous amount of growth amongst Black businesses in which they have experienced over the years, African American entrepreneurs have been falling to the bottom of the line in terms of supplier opportunities, growth, job creation, access to capital, and revenue production. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Black people have not only experienced a health crisis, but also an economic recession, coupled with a global racial unrest due to the unarmed murders of Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Rashard Brooks, George Floyd, and recently Marcellus Sentinent. Due to the police brutality and effects of white supremacy, systemic, institutional, structural racism that is still prevalent today in the global marketplace. This is critically important because historically, Black people have experienced 400 years of oppression, 150 years of oppression post-slavery, and racism 50 plus years post-civil rights still exist. If it were not for Black people marching, giving their blood, sweat, tears, and even their lives, while on the front lines of struggle to help all Americans reach the total economic freedom, full liberation from oppression, and civil rights, with which most gender, racial, ethnic groups benefit from today, it was Black people who made it possible for these freedoms experienced in the marketplace. And there must be an ROI, a return on investment due to Black labor, and a return on inclusion. This is why the National Business League, focusing on the increasing and expanding and helping of Black businesses, must become major suppliers in the public and private sector and with Fortune 500 companies. And the federal government creating commerce-driven activities in exchange. In the midst of the global pandemic, the NBL strives to continue its mission, serving as a prime Black business development pipeline for business to business, business to consumer, and using B2B training ecosystems to measure equitable growth opportunities within the supply chain. This inaugural virtual conference will introduce business to development, B2D ecosystems to the Black supplier community and the corporate procurement community under its 4 competencies: develop, diversify, connect, and advocate. I want to personally thank of the country's most influential Black leaders who will serve as our honorary chairs of this conference and as strategic partners. Adrian Trimble, President and CEO of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. Charlie Williams, Chairman of MPS Group, one of the largest Black companies in the country. David J. Byrd, National Director of the U.S. Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Agency, and Rick Wade, Senior Vice President of Strategic Alliances and Outreach for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and last but not least, Sharon Patterson, President and CEO of the $1 Billion Roundtable. For more than 34 years, the NBL has served the national Black supplier and diversity community. In 1986, the National Association of Black Suppliers, NABS, formerly known as the National Association of Black Automotive Suppliers, NABUS, was formed by a group of Black business owners whose largest customers were automotive manufacturers listed in the Black Enterprise magazine's Top 100. In 2012, NABS merged with the Michigan Black Chamber of Commerce, which in 2017 was acquired and merged into the National Business League to accommodate the organization's expanded national mission and purpose to include suppliers in other industries and services and sectors globally. The National Business League Black Supplier Pipeline now encompasses 1,200 members in 50 states, introduces an annual revenue of $6 billion into the national economy, and employs more than 30,000 workers nationwide. Take the time to enjoy today's online conference, our virtual chat with NMSDC's President and CEO, Adrian Trimble, panel discussions on Black women in business and the digitalization of Black business in America. Hear from one of the world's most influential executives, Bert Jordan, an expert in global purchasing and supplier diversity, and participate in our matchmaker featuring Fortune 500 companies looking to do business with you. On behalf of Booker T. Washington and the 120-year legacy and all of our sponsors who made this event possible, enjoy as we change the Black supplier landscape throughout America. Visit us at www.nationalbusinessleague.org or www.nationalblacksupplierconference.com.
Businesses are largely in COVID. Small businesses have been almost twice as likely to shut down.
Disproportionately so.
More than half of Black business owners
struggling to obtain federal paycheck protection.
Joy back into the community on African Americans. You know, somehow we always find a way to rise.
To the blueprint builders, to the backbones of every block, to the late night legends and the pioneers of legacy, for the curators of the culture, for the family franchise, and for generations to follow. You might fall, but never fail. Keep rising, keep rising, keep rising. Apply today for a variety of business, marketing, and tech makeovers on us to help your rise.
Hello, I'm Thomas W. Dortch Jr., Chairman of the Board of the National Business League, and I want to invite you to join us on November 18th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. for our 34th annual Black Supplier Conference. This is going to be a phenomenal day as we open up opportunities and share those opportunities with African-American owned businesses and our members of the National Business League. I want to salute our great leader, our president and CEO, Dr. Kenneth Harris, for his leadership in moving this great organization. You know, it's amazing when we think back how Booker T. Washington and his vision right here in Atlanta in Piedmont Park, when he told us to cast down our buckets, it was a chance for us to all come together then and to come together now to focus on what we must do to ensure that our communities and our African-American business owners can be successful in America. You don't want to miss this great conference. And I want to thank all of our corporate partners who have joined us and who've helped us to make a difference. So place it on your calendar, November 18th, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Wednesday, November 18th. We'll see you there.
DTE believes leaders are defined by doing what's right, not what's easy. So we've taken bold steps to become the clean energy leader of Michigan, building the largest wind and solar installations in the state, and using cleaner natural gas. Now, we're accelerating our efforts, tripling renewables and cutting carbon emissions in half over the next 10 years. Working even harder to create a future where producing affordable, reliable energy doesn't contribute to climate change. Why? Because to lead, we can't just do what's easy. We have to do what's right. DTE.
Someday, hopefully soon, real life will return. Until then, Flagstar Bank is doing everything we can to assure you that we're here to provide the personalized solutions you need and keep you connected to your money. That's the human interest rate in action. And it's why Go Banking Rates ranked Flagstar one of the 10 best national banks. Flagstar Bank, the power of the human interest rate. Visit flagstar.com/human.
Hello, my name is David Bird, and I serve as the National Director for the Minority Business Development Agency. I'm excited to join you all the way from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and I hope you are having a wonderful virtual conference, National Black Supplier Conference. We are excited to be part of this conference, and we couldn't be prouder of the commitment that the National Business League has made to provide Black-owned businesses with the tools and resources needed to succeed. NBDA would like to acknowledge the efforts of our own organization that we are making to have a lasting impact and to drive economic empowerment for Black-owned businesses. Like the NBL, we at NBDA work every day to support the Black business community. As you may know, NBDA is the only federal agency solely dedicated to the growth and competitiveness of minority-owned businesses. We believe that minority businesses expand the U.S. economy, strengthen local communities, and support greater job creation. NBDA was created by President Richard Nixon in 1969 through Executive Order 11625. For the past 51 years, NBDA has advocated for the growth of minority businesses, and we have seen it all. We know that COVID-19 disproportionately affected Black-owned businesses across the nation. NBDA is committed and continues to support the Black business community with the deployment of the CARES Act, which was passed earlier this year. Under this act, Congress authorized $10 million in supplemental funding for education, training, and advising small and minority business enterprises in their recovery from the effects of COVID-19. Grants were distributed to 30 existing NBDA business centers and national minority chambers of commerce, including the National Business League. And our regular work has not been interrupted. Over the summer, we successfully began several new initiatives. Our Enterprising Women of Color program, in which we have increased our investment because women of color are the fastest growing segment of entrepreneurs in America. Our inner city innovation hubs, which are designed to ensure that minority-owned businesses can benefit from America's innovation economy. And finally, our entrepreneurship for the formerly incarcerated, where we equip returning citizens with the tools and knowledge they need to form robust businesses. We're taking folks from incarceration and turning them into entrepreneurs. As a former business owner myself, I know firsthand how important it is for businesses to get the support they need through good times and bad. MBDA is a proud supporter of Black Chambers of Commerce nationwide. It is our hope that these partnerships will not only help sustain the growth of Black businesses, but also see to it that they thrive in this country. For more information regarding MBDA, please visit www.mbda, that's Mary Bravo David Apple.gov. Thank you so much.
In Michigan, we make things. From powering the arsenal of democracy to driving the future of innovation, Michigan businesses have answered the call for generations. Now, COVID-19 has presented new challenges to overcome. Michiganders have once again banded together to continue a tradition of resilience, innovation, and Midwestern ingenuity. In all corners of the state, companies large and small are retooling to design, test, build, and deliver critical supplies needed by those on the front lines. Businesses that would otherwise be competitors are now partners. Michigan's workforce is once again adapting and mastering new skills to help us do what we do best. Make things, solve problems, and innovate. It's been said that times of trial bring out one's true character. In Michigan, this is what our true character looks like. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Together, we are an arsenal of innovation.
If you think about the last few months, maybe it'll give us a new perspective. Maybe we'll see things we've been missing. Maybe it'll help us see just how connected we all are. And maybe, just maybe, if we look at the big picture, it'll remind us just how amazing freedom really is.
The time for action is now. That's why earlier this year, NMSDC implemented our Town Hall series, which was designed to bring information to our minority and Black firms so that they could understand what types of programs and resources were being made available to help them through this crisis. We partnered with White House officials, congressional leaders, and other experts to be able to provide information in a timely and efficient manner so that our firms could get access to the information as quickly as possible. We also wanted to ensure that our minority and Black firms were able to have those connections necessary for business opportunities that were so critically important to ensure sustainability for their operations. We continued with our Leadership Week, providing virtual sessions as well as online matchmakers, which were designed to ensure that those connections continued between corporate America to minority and Black firms, as well as for minority and Black firms to do business with each other. Those are the types of initiatives that will ensure sustainability and recovery efforts for our firms. We want to ensure that we continue to work alongside whether this administration or the new administration so that our firms can be ready for the recovery that's going to be necessary to get our U.S. economy back on track. We're so proud to partner with organizations like the National Business League and other organizations who are working alongside us to ensure that we are continuing to advocate on behalf of our firms in the time that they most need us now. Because of this time that is so challenging for minority firms, NMSDC created the End This Together campaign. This campaign was created so that we can ensure that the commitment and accountability from corporate America is still in place so that our firms have access to information and resources necessary for their survival. The End This Together campaign focused on 4 areas. The first is around rebuilding efforts. We know that a number of our Black and minority firms have had challenging times due to COVID-19, as well as some of the social unrest that took place this summer. We have grants available for those firms that are in need of financial assistance, which you can apply through nmsdc.org, and that information is available and on our website, and the grant deadline is November 30th. Additionally, we wanted to make sure that we were providing the necessary financial resources to firms in need. NMSDC is the only advocacy organization with its own funding arm through our Business Consortium Fund. That organization provides low interest rates to firms that are in need, so we wanted to ensure that we had the necessary funding and resources available to be able to provide ongoing financial support to minority firms. We also have our NMSDC Academy, which is designed to bring programming and educational resources, sharing of best practices for both corporate America and minority firms that are in need of additional assistance. And we want to ensure that we continue our efforts around advocacy. This time has taught us that advocacy is so critically important for the voice of our minority and Black firms to be heard, for those who are making policies that affect them, that they understand their challenges and their issues, and that those policies are designed to bring them the needed support and resources to help their businesses to be sustainable. We understand that we have to ensure the survival. We understand that we have to ensure the survival and sustainability of our Black and minority firms. We are proud to work alongside the National Business League. Dr. Ken Harris, as we continue advocating on behalf of minority and Black firms so that these firms can be sustainable and solvent as we come through this time of recovery. Thank you for inviting the National Minority Supplier Development Council to be a part of your conference. Stay well, stay connected, and remember, minority business matters.
Right now, businesses need more than encouraging words of support or hashtags of solidarity. Hope won't solve the economic challenges. Businesses need business. And that's what Comerica Bank is here to do. Lead business back. At Comerica, we're providing millions in resources to help drive business to our communities. To find out how Comerica can help your local business, visit comerica.com/business.
Good afternoon, family. I'm Dr. George Fraser, and again, welcome to the virtual Global Power Networking Conference. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about leadership in the context of our community and how we need to focus on that as we move into the 21st century, as we build our own house, if you will. Let me say that differently. Building your own house is more effective than trying to get someone to treat you better in their house. But that requires intelligence and leadership. It was Marcus Garvey who said over 80 years ago, and I quote, "Intelligence rules the world, ignorance carries the burden." It was Socrates who said that the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. The Bible tells us in Hosea 4:6, "My people perish for the lack of knowledge." We have all heard that, but we have not heard the rest of that passage. "My people perish for the lack of knowledge, for thou hast rejected knowledge, and therefore I reject thee. You shall be no prince to me." For a few minutes this afternoon, I would like to channel Garvey's message and unpack his message for our people using a 21st century perspective in my 45 years of observation and service to our people. But first, let me get one thing perfectly clear for those of you out there in the virtual world. Yes, I'm Black, in case you were not entirely sure. I've been Black. I want to be Black. I believe Black is beautiful, and I believe Black lives matter. Now back to Marcus Garvey's message. I think we all have the potential to do what Garvey spoke about most of his adult life in so many ways. If we can just put aside all the distractions and stick to what's important to our own people. We need to hit reset. There needs to be a generational change. I'm not talking about age. I'm talking about a commitment to personal excellence and servant leadership that leads to economic development in our community. If we understand and accept who we really are, we can all do what Garvey and Dr. King and Malcolm has spoken into us. Or could it be we as a people are committing the greatest sin of all, our denial of our right to thrive? Could it be that too many of our people have not turned away from hard work merely because it's hard or because of low pay, but because too many have come to think of it as beneath them? Self-transformation, identifying your God-given gifts and finding and embracing your special purpose and changing behavior is hard. It requires work and sacrifice, because if you don't like change, you're going to hate growth. Brothers and sisters, everything we want is on the other side of hard. Considering what our forefathers spoke into me and you, I've been giving a lot of thought recently about what I ought to be saying to you. The obvious thing would be to praise you for your hard work and accomplishments, to encourage you as Black professionals, business owners, and community leaders and concerned parents to continue achieving at a very high level. I thought about telling you that your individual and collective success provides our community with much needed role models, and that alone makes each of you indispensable. But 20 years in corporate America and 34 years of self-employment has taught me that your value, that your worth, that your indispensability is most related to your usefulness. And your usefulness to others is what ultimately determines your level of excellence and success in life. Yes, it is my opinion that we are all here to be used, not abused or misused, but to be utilized. In fact, if you find yourself not being used, could it mean that you are useless? The most important responsibility we have as people of African descent is to succeed in spite of racism, to succeed despite the economy or a pandemic, to succeed despite the odds against us. Our ancestors succeeded despite even greater odds, and it is our turn now, as we all prepare ourselves for the challenges facing us in what will be a new post-pandemic world. We must include in our plan the goal of redefining the meaning of life for those of us that have gone astray. Life is about happiness, and happiness is not a new Mercedes, a shopping trip to the mall, or designer clothes. Happiness includes the self-respect that comes from service and accepting responsibility for one's life and earning one's way in the world. All of the great thinkers throughout history agree that happiness flows from realizing your full human potential through doing productive work and overcoming even more challenging obstacles. The driving force must be your purpose, your own inner principles and goals, rather than the need to just make a living. Government cannot give us happiness. It can only ensure the conditions under which we can pursue it for ourselves. We cannot be happy on welfare or with reparations alone, no matter how much money we might receive. You cannot be happy with civil rights, voting rights, and public access either, although each is a small debt paid to us for 400 years of slavery, Jim Crow, gross abuse, and neglect. Happiness is an inside job. It begins and ends with you, your vision, your God-given unique purpose, and ultimately your results. We must stop begging God to increase our territory when we can't even maintain or grow the territory we already have. Successful people and servant leaders understand this. This will require a serious new commitment from each of us. It will require intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, personal excellence in leadership, all of which will lead to independence, then excellence, and that will lead to interdependence, working together in a common bond of caring and sharing for the betterment of our people today and the generations that will come after us. Why is this critical? Because at this moment, African Americans continue to be at the bottom of every single statistic that matters in America, from the lowest SAT scores and income and net worth to the highest incarceration, unemployment, and high school dropout rates. Something must change, and it must change now. It begins with change in consciousness and a new kind of personal excellence and servant leadership. No one will save us but us. A new consciousness and a narrower cultural vision of circling the wagons and making Black people great first. There is the world, and there is our world. And we must change our world because the gaps are growing wider. If the fish stinks, look to the head. Leadership in America over the past 50 years defined an organization as an economic entity. The priority was to develop structures, set controls, and leverage capital as effectively as possible. This was accomplished through pyramids of hierarchy, performing rigidly narrow tasks with clear guidelines. Today, the speed of change and the unleveled playing field for cultural minorities, exacerbated by the isms of America, commands a completely different kind of leader, one that can rapidly adapt to constant change and is involved in expanding their skills development on an ongoing basis. Passion is key. Great leaders must know why they are passionate and about what they do. You must be excited about what you want to do because the demands on you will be extraordinary. New leaders must become community service providers. New servant leaders will need to serve as experts in human capital and financial capital. New servant leaders must serve as masters of emotional intelligence and economic competence through financial education and modeling. New servant leaders must show how to collaborate, not just command and control. New servant leaders must model building strategic alliances, joint ventures, and partnerships where 1 + 1 = 11 and not 2. New servant leaders must lead through networks, not hierarchies. New servant leaders must align people through meaning and purpose, not just structures and spreadsheets. In the 21st century, new servant leadership must rely more on emotional and relational aptitude rather than technical and financial expertise. Ultimately, the servant leaders that must succeed and move us forward by nurturing and building leadership in others. Leadership can no longer be about getting others to follow you. It's now about building leadership everyone and everyone around you, and developing the mindset and emotional intelligence, and then building skill sets like wealth management, entrepreneurship, psychological wellness, effective networking, or relationship capital building and team building, so that everyone can lead themselves in this constantly changing environment, therefore leading you and your company and organization or family and community in the direction of your goals and our goals. It comes down to this. The winning Black leaders of the future must be those that can develop leaders in everyone in their family, community, and/or organization in the most efficient manner. So let me redefine leadership this way. Leadership is the art of mobilizing others to agree to struggle for shared aspirations. We ask that when you go back home, that you find those around you who share your aspirations, and you inform them and connect them to our new global network called Fraser Nation, the world's first virtual network. This is now one of FraserNet's top priorities, building out this virtual nation founded in 2019. We believe we are no longer in the age of persuasion. We are now in the age of mobilization and unification. Fraser Nation is a virtual nation with no barriers, no boundaries, or borders. It was conceived and developed to provide Black people with leading-edge resources, tools, training, and a culture of excellence for the entire Black world to maximize business, culture, and personal opportunities across the African continent, the Caribbean, and throughout the diaspora. Fraser Nation is a portal and incubator for Black excellence. It will help us learn, earn, and return, and to make Black excellence available to all those who claim to struggle to find Black excellence in the world. Fraser Nation will raise consciousness and increase trust among our citizens. Fraser Nation will build the capacity of our citizens to develop larger and more successful businesses and to become better professionals while focusing on business development, wealth creation, and again, psychological wellness. We will provide our citizens access to important contacts and resources for more effective coaching, collaboration, strategic alliances, joint ventures, and partnerships. Fraser Nation will provide access to the overall training, coaching, and modeling needed by our citizens, and therefore help improve the recycling of Black dollars and intellectual capital among our citizens and our allies. Please become a member. It is free until the end of the year. Or you can become a citizen for a small monthly fee and extended benefits. Simply go to www.onefrasernation.com today. Secondly, we must address financial illiteracy in Black America. If the business of America is business, it is dangerous and self-defeating to be financially illiterate. Therefore, education is the answer. The key to a well-rounded financial education is to align people's mindset, habits, and values and solutions with the importance of the overall goals of Black America. And according to numerous statistical analysis, studies, and predictions, we will be relegated to permanent second-class citizens. Therefore, education is the answer. The key to a well-rounded financial education is to align people's mindset, habits, values, and solutions with the importance of the overall goals of Black America. Or, according to numerous statistical analysis, studies, and predictions, we will be relegated to permanent second-class citizenry or end up in a second slavery. To that end, we launched in 2018 WIN's Wealth Building Centers and Curriculum to address, among other things, the psychology, emotions, and our relationship with money in secular and non-secular Black organizations. We are sharply focusing on our deep-seated struggle with instant gratification versus delayed gratification and the basics of financial growth to include, but are not limited to, the 4 pillars for the intergenerational transfer of wealth, to include proper management of accumulated wealth, real estate ownership, both residential and commercial, business development, and proper insurance protection. We are developing a network of local and regional and statewide WINS wealth building centers in predominantly non-secular venues at this time. We are teaching the lessons from the WINS curriculum, and we will collaborate with existing and proven financial education programs as well. WINS directors will be recruited from nearly 121,000 Black financial services professionals, trainers, and coaches. Regional directors are to achieve specific stretch goals with the overall goal of growing, uplifting, and securing the financial education of 22.5 million Black people in thousands of venues and special events within the next decade. This is an exciting idea with enormous promise. Bishop Tudor Bismarck wrote in his book, Kingdom Economics, and I quote, "As Black people, we have embarked upon a new millennium, and this millennium brings momentous change. We see differences in every facet of society, cultural shifts, economic upheavals, political changes, and more. As believers, it is imperative not only must we be spiritually sound, but we must also establish a firm kingdom economic foundation. We must now unlock the keys to economic empowerment." End of quote. I concur. Please have your place of worship or organization join us. Going forward, together, the ongoing live and virtual power networking events, Fraser Nation, and WINS will help us to achieve our global objectives described so eloquently by Dr. Qua David Whitaker earlier. And our new 10-year plan called Operation Breathe, as well as our long-term FraserNet succession plan, of which both will be covered by our new Chief Operating Officer, Delano A. Johnson, in a short but powerful presentation following this one. Finally, our virtual power networking conference goals over the next 3 days are clear. We want to inspire you and motivate you. We want to provide you the best mentoring, coaching, and training ever assembled at a virtual conference, and then extend that training beyond your 3 days with us. We want you to finish your 3 days with a network of contacts, experts, and opportunities like me, your own inner circle and mastermind group. In closing, you have got 16 awake hours each day. Aside from your family, who do you spend your time with? When you honestly assess and inventory your friendships, that will tell you where you are going in life. This means access and proximity is everything when it comes to building your personal, operational, and strategic networks. Those who are speaking, training, coaching you during this virtual conference is my inner circle, is my mastermind, is my crew. Combined, they have over 3,000 years of life experience and wisdom, 80 degrees, 1,100 years of formal education. They are woke, and they have a Black consciousness and the right mindset and great habits. They have learned, earned, and returned. They have made the hard choices instead of the easy choices. They have gone down the road less traveled. This is my inner circle. These are the people I hang with. We are all hungry to serve. We are humble and are from humble beginnings. Who are you hanging with? This is my mastermind. Now we will help you build yours. Then you will help others build theirs, to work, to learn, to earn, and return. I'm looking forward to meeting each of you on the other side of hard. At this time, I would like to introduce you to Delano A. Johnson, FraserNet's new Chief Operating Officer and Brand Architect. Delano came to us with a rich history of executive excellence in both the corporate and private sector, as well as creative excellence in design and music, to include several Grammy and Dove Award nominations as a singer-songwriter and 9 Marlin Awards. Delano is an ordained minister, a humorist, a best-selling author, a successful entrepreneur, a doting father of 3. Delano is building the team that will lead all things FraserNet into the future. Now, Delano A. Johnson will tell you about our future.
68 degrees. It's 1 minute before 6 o'clock in the morning.
Here's what happened. Americans wanted a faster horse. So we built them a car.
Cars began coming off the assembly line at the rate of 1 every 40 seconds.
Then they needed a car that worked harder than a car. So we built something else. The truck. Americans said, okay, now we're getting somewhere. And they used our trucks to build interstates and families and communities and industries. Americans used these trucks to build livelihoods and neighborhoods. And in their spare time, tow really heavy things. Americans needed vehicles worthy of who they are and what they can do. So, we built them a truck.
I bought my first real suit from Hot Sam's Clothing Store. My dad was a very snazzy dresser, and he brought me down to Hot Sam's when I was about 15 years old. And it's what's funny, now I'm waiting on young people that their fathers, their grandfathers, and now they're bringing their sons in to get their first suit. Probably the same age as I was when my father took me.
Hot Sam's has been in Detroit since 1921, which is, 99 years now? And over the course of those years, Hot Sam's has developed relationships.
The relationship we build with our customers is probably the most important thing. Because when we bought the store, we decided, I want to know these people more than just at the register.
It's not so much about the fashion as it is the people. My father, Mr. Green, myself, our team here is what keeps people coming.
Was able to survive the Great Depression in 1929, the recession. So change is constant. But the one change that was amazing, never happened before, shut our doors because of the pandemic for 4 months. Okay, it's shut down, never shut down before. What do you do? What do you do?
Ray Waters, who works with the Detroit Development Fund, reached out to my father and Mr. Green and told us about an opportunity with Fifth Third Bank.
So Fifth Third Bank calls me and says, I think we have something for you. I don't have an account with them. I have an account with 2 or 3 other banks, and neither one of my other banks called me to say that. Neither one. Fifth Third helped us keep the doors open so we continue on this journey of 100 years.
Part of the problem in terms of the African American community, a couple of things we've never had. We've never had generational wealth. We never had buying power. And we've never had longevity. Okay? We have that now in this business, so we can pass that on to our children.
I really want to make sure that my father and Mr. Green, that their story of how they became owners is told. It is my job to make sure that I reach back and acknowledge what they did so that I can be here today to carry on the legacy.
Good morning. I'm Terry Moon, Managing Partner of T3 Innovation Strategists and the moderator for today's panel discussion on Black women in business. I'd like to begin by thanking the National Business League for recognizing the need for connectivity and engagement with Black suppliers, and thereby pivoting to host their first ever virtual conference. We know this is just the first step of many that's planned by the NBL in support of Black business owners across the nation. Black women in business is the first topic for our panel. Why this? Black women are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs in the United States, running about 2.5 million businesses around the country. That equates to 20% of all women-owned businesses, and they have estimated revenue of over $380 billion. That's a lot. Black women are excelling in sectors across the board, from designing LeBron James' newest sneakers, to running countries, to winning championships, and ultimately changing the world. Black women business owners are making their presence known and impacting the economic landscape in a powerful way. Therefore, this morning, we've invited 3 outstanding businesswomen to join our panel to discuss and explore their thoughts and experiences on an array of topics. We hope you will find these very insightful and inspiring. Now, of course, we also want to learn a little more about their personal journeys. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our 3 fabulous panelists. First, I'd like to introduce Ms. Natalie King. Natalie is the founder and chief executive officer of Dunamis Clean Energy Partners. Ms. King has over 13 years of experience in green energy industry. Under her leadership, Dunamis has grown into a multi-million-dollar corporation with over 150 employees throughout southeastern Michigan. Prior to forming Dunamis, Ms. King served as the co-founder, vice president, and general counsel of J. King Solar Technologies, a solar energy integration firm. Our second panelist is Ms. Wendy Turner Miller. Now, Wendy wears multiple hats. She's an entrepreneur, an attorney, an adjunct bankruptcy law professor, and a Chapter 7 United States bankruptcy trustee for the Eastern District of Detroit. Additionally, Wendy is the president and CEO of Supplier Innovative Solutions, which specializes in industrial cleaning, COVID-19 disinfecting and cleaning, janitorial services, and waste management. She is committed to superior business and community service. And finally, last but not least, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lottie Holland. Lottie is a business executive with nearly 20 years of exceptional experience in strategic planning, supply management, diversity sourcing, and project management in various industries. Currently, Ms. Holland is the Director of Talent Acquisition, Diversity, Inclusion, and Engagement at Fiat Chrysler Automotive. In addition, Lottie serves as the co-chair of the Fiat Chrysler African Ancestry Network. Lottie serves on the board of directors for the Michigan Minority Supplier Development Council, the Michigan Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and was recently recognized as top champion for diversity by Diversity Plus in 2018. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Oh, I am so happy to be here with you all. Thanks again for joining us. Often, Black women have been forced to hide their greatness. People want you to be so modest. But please take just a moment and share a little more about yourselves, your company, and all of your great accomplishments. This morning, I want you to blow your own horn. Okay. Self-promote a little bit. So let's start with Natalie.
Oh, well. So I'm an attorney by trade, Wendy and I practiced for over 20 years. Became a little burned out by the corporate, the corporate legal industry, and really just wanted to venture out. I always had an entrepreneurial spirit, and I really wanted to keep the money that I was making for other people. So I began researching certain areas, certain industries. At that time, I was married. And so my then husband and I, we were reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad and The Millionaire Next Door. And, we were talking about these diversifications of income. And so during that year, I remember it was 2007, it was an election. They were going into the election year. And so the buzzword was green, everything, going green. And so I started researching about the green industry and it being an emerging market. We had an opportunity for an angel investor to come in and support whatever it was that we were going to do together. And so in that, I began researching solar. It was, a really big topic at the time, a hot topic. We researched that it was, a 200% growth rate, annually for that industry. And one thing led to another, meeting people, networking, and we started J. King Solar Technologies, which was a solar integration firm. And that's how I got into the green industry. I was still practicing. I had a corporate practice, an entertainment practice. So that started my grind. And so started that company. The financial market crashed in 2008. And so we really were struggling to get, because we were going after commercial and an industrial size solar integration projects. So all of the financing mechanisms started to lock down and we had to kind of regroup. And then that led me into the energy efficiency industry. And so we needed that low hanging fruit, began doing energy audits, things like that for commercial properties. And then from there, just began to expand, but divorced. And so, as a single mom, I, wanted to continue in that industry. I saw the promise of it on the grind even harder. And from there, created Dunamis Clean Energy Partners in 2012. So really began to focus on the energy efficiency aspect of the business that became somewhat of a vertical vision for me. So we wanted to vertically integrate. I began, buying light bulbs at all of the different little suppliers. And I said, well, I think, we should do this for ourselves. We can do it for ourselves, and became a LED lighting manufacturer. So from there, the company progressed. We established relationships with several corporations, DTE Energy being one of them, which is a major customer of ours, and then began to really expand in the opportunities within that corporation. And so now today we have 3 divisions of the organization. So we started off with 5 people. I now have 150 employees across Southeastern Michigan. We have 3 different divisions. One is an environmental service solutions division, which like Wendy's company specializes in light industrial cleaning and janitorial. So our company provides all of the janitorial cleaning for the power plants for DTE Energy throughout the state of Michigan. Also provide lighting solutions for their programs and other commercial and industrial customers. And then we are launching in the first quarter of 2021 an electric vehicle charging station manufacturing division, which will make Dunamis the first African-American owned and the first African-American woman owned EV charging manufacturer in this country. So we are really, really excited about our growth. God is good. He has most certainly been blessing. I have a fabulous team that supports me, and it's just been an amazing journey. You know, I call Dunamis the little engine that could. It was very, very much so persevering and, you know, just staying on the grind. Yeah.
Look, outstanding. What a fascinating story.
Thank you.
And we're going to hear more from you a little later today. So with that, Lottie?
So I don't know how to follow that. And it sounds like not the little engine that could, but the little engine that did and that is doing.
Exactly.
So congratulations to you and all of your
Lottie.
success. And I look forward to learning more, obviously, about your businesses. So first and foremost, I am a believer. I am a wife and I am a mother. And after all of that, I am a woman business leader within the automotive industry. And so working for Fiat Chrysler for nearly 10 years, I've served in various capacities within engineering, purchasing, and now human resources. So my background by education is engineering. And so I've had the privilege to transition into human resources, heading up our diversity and inclusion organization. And prior to that, I had responsibility for supplier diversity, in which FCA obviously has a very storied legacy on our support of minority-owned businesses, having spent nearly $70 billion to date. And so I would say my first introduction into that role about 8 years ago now, it gave me a voice and a platform. And so I realized that that was my purpose. Despite all of the other experiences that I've had, I realized that this is what it's about for me. And so again, speaking with all of you, learning more about how I can help be an advocate of yours. To me, that is what my role is all about. And so I feel as if, to your point, God is awesome. And I'll be the first one to obviously proclaim that. But very rarely does your paycheck align with your purpose and your passion. And so I am sitting in the seat now where all three of those things align. And I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity to do that.
Well, thank you. I tell you, another amazing story. And so let's hear from Wendy.
Wow, my story is a lot of things. Obviously, I'm a wife, I'm a mom, and I'm an attorney, U.S. bankruptcy trustee here for the Eastern District of Michigan, and an entrepreneur, which I think that was kind of always my path. And I right now have a significant interest in two companies. One, Blue Springs Metals, which is in Mississippi, which is a joint partnership with Toyota Tusho, and another one, which is Georgetown Metals Processing, which is in Georgetown, Kentucky. And both actually were on Black Enterprise's top 100 companies last year, so they're doing well. And so I decided, once I was doing all this automotive and the bankruptcy, liquidating cases, and running a lot of other businesses, I figured, let me do something that was totally on my own 100%. And so I kind of came up with the idea of Superior Innovative Solutions, which I wanted something to say, sis. I don't know if you guys caught
Love it. Love it.
And that was important to me because I wanted to be, not only African American person of color, but a woman. And so it kind of spoke who I was. And so that's where I came up with, I had to kind of come up with something that made that sense. And so again, sis kind of came from the automotive perspective, but just understanding that cleaning and de-cleaning and at the time, and we'll talk about that, I guess, a little later in terms of COVID cleaning, and waste management, that's going nowhere. And so I said, why not do something that will align itself with automotive and just stretch out to other scenarios that is going to be a mainstay in that type of venue. So with CIS, we're doing a lot of business in automotive, manufacturing plants, de-cleaning. We're doing quite a bit of COVID. And I'm very happy to say that because of COVID, that kind of created itself through deep cleaning. Waste management, we're doing 3-man confinement spaces. We're doing water excavation. We're doing hydroblasting. We're transportation of hazardous and non-hazardous waste. So we're doing quite a bit of things that are very essential to the workspace and manufacturing. And I couldn't be more pleased. So we've been up and running for a few years now, and it's doing extremely well. And I will say that I'm happy to see all these women here and just kind of understand. I think for me, it's more of a mentoring perspective with women to understand that you can do anything that you want to do. You just have to put your mind to it and do not allow anyone else to tell you you cannot, because that's always my motivation.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Wow.
Love it, sis. Love it.
Sis. Woman power. Thank you. Wow. What an accomplished group of women. I am already inspired, and I just really can't wait to delve into our discussion this morning. So let's get started. Okay. Entrepreneurship. You know, the bug has hit several of you, and we're going to focus on that because one of the first questions that aspiring business people want to know is, how did you get started? You know, that's their first question. It's we know that some people just took a leap of faith, while others, you know, really launched this business in order to supplement their income or to escape the normal grind of the 9-to-5 job. And then some of them even turned their passion projects and their side hustles into thriving companies. So I want to talk about your big ideas, and let's just think about, what was it and when did you know or have that aha moment and that this was just right for you? Wendy, you've talked a little bit about that, wanting to have your own sis. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah. Again, it kind of derived from my experiences, you know, obviously being an attorney, looking at contracts, understanding business, being a bankruptcy trustee, you know, running businesses, liquidating assets. And so I've kind of been around it, not to mention the fact that I've been in automotive in terms of related to it for the last 30 years. So again, this company kind of transposed itself in terms of what makes sense, what works. And I was able to align myself with people that this is what they've been doing for 30 or 40 years. So I have the expertise. And I guess it's kind of like an idea. It's part of the journey. Maybe I should put it that way. It was a great idea, but I wanted to see it work. And so to strategize and make it happen, you know, it's a lot of work, a lot of effort. A lot of shows, a lot of things. But in terms of an aha moment, I guess for me, for Sis, we were invited to bid on huge contracts. And when I saw that start happening, then I said, oh, well, maybe this is going to be okay. So I think that for me, that was my aha moment as it relates to Sis. But again, this is a journey, so we don't know what's going to happen next.
Right, exactly.
Indeed.
And so, Natalie, you know, I heard a little in your story about, you know, making that pivot from being the corporate attorney and working that type of position to transitioning to your first company. Was there something as you made that other leap that really resonated, that you just said, this is it?
I would say it's a part of the journey. I would repeat that because there wasn't one specific thing. I am a believer. And so everything that I do, it's led by the spirit that resides in me. And so I listen and I pray a lot and I listen a lot. And so honestly, that aha moment is really when God speaks to me and says, okay, it's time. This is what you need to do. And so during that time period when we started J. King Solar, really it was very serendipitous, meaning that it wasn't something that I was necessarily looking for. It just kind of transitioned into that area. And I found that I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed that area of industry. I was good at making the relationships and doing the networking and you know, creating processes and plans. And so that led me into really having a passion for the energy efficiency industry and understanding that as a woman, you know, I was kind of chartering a new course. There aren't a lot of women in the green energy industry. There are even fewer African Americans in the green energy industry. And so I thought that it was a kind of cool area, especially with it being a growth area that's not going away anytime soon. So that created a industry security for me to know that if, I did what I needed to do, I could have growth and expansion. So that really was an aha experience versus a moment for me to say, okay, this is where I think that God is leading me, and I'm going to follow wherever that goes to. Now, I did have an aha moment that led me into the LED lighting sector for my company. I was doing some energy audits, and I was working with a white-owned company that I was getting all of my LED lighting supply for. And so I had entered into a partnership with them that I was going to make my purchases exclusive from them, and they were going to give me exclusive pricing. So I'm saying, okay, but you don't know what you don't know. That's why it's all a process. And so I'm the deal maker. So I'm the rainmaker. I'm going out and I'm getting this business. I'm getting these accounts. And I had 3 large accounts with a healthcare facility. And I placed the order of thousands and thousands of dollars worth of lighting. It never shows up. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to lose these accounts. What am I going to do? And so my partner said to me, he said, Natalie, you can do this yourself. And I'm like, I don't know anything about manufacturing. I can't do that. I said, I can't do it. I'm like, I don't know how to do that. I can't do it. He said, demystify it. You know how to do it. And I'm telling you, that night, I got up, it was 2:00 in the morning, and I started researching. And within a week, I was on a plane to China to a trade show. It was like the biggest lighting trade show with all of the manufacturers, all of the factories there in the world. I flew in, it was within a week. I stayed there for almost 2 weeks, visited all of these factories, and I have researched all of the factories that OEM'd for American companies, like that would be my largest competitors. So Lithonia, Philips, GE, and I went and visited those factories and developed relationships there. And that's how Dunamis Lighting was started. And it was so important to me to take the success or failure of my company out of the hands of someone else.
Oh, absolutely.
And in addition to that, cut out the middleman. It's like, let's go straight to the source. And so that was a part of the journey. That's a part of the learning. And, not just for demystifying, for so many entrepreneurs that are just getting started, it's like, where do I start? What do I do? Who do I go to as, reliable vendors or sourcing, or how do I get financing? The key is just to start.
Yes, absolutely.
And for me, it was getting on that plane, going somewhere I had never been before. And but again, that woke me up at 2:00 in the morning.
Exactly.
It was the spirit that was in me.
That's exactly right.
Absolutely. What an aha moment. And taking that first step is often the hardest.
It's the hardest.
It's getting started. It's the scariest. And you women are all in what I'll say non-traditional segments of business that women typically do not wander into. But not only are you in it, you're in it and you're doing extremely well. And so that is absolutely great news to hear and share with our audience. And so Lottie, as you hear the stories from Wendy and Natalie about what they're doing, and they're already down that road, what types of things would you say to a person that's trying to start their business, when they're really trying to get started? What type of advice would you give them sitting on the other side of the table now, wearing the corporate hat?
Absolutely. Well, first I need to say that, again, I admire you women so much, right? When I'm sitting in this seat, I think a lot of times people are often intimidated by those of us who may be in supplier diversity, or we're kind of forging these relationships. And it's like, wait a second, I'm looking at you with such admiration to say, wow, you did it. Keep going. How can I help? Right. So I want to say that first and foremost. And I am married to an entrepreneur. So I feel a lot of what you're saying. I live it every day with him. But then I also, again, again, I am very aware of why I am sitting in this seat. So it takes all of us, right?
Absolutely.
And so it takes me to be in this seat again, so I can advocate on behalf of you all to gain business with some of these large companies. And so the first thing I would say to anybody who's looking to secure business with an OEM or anyone else, first and foremost, and you hear these ladies, they're perfect examples of this, know your business. So it's quite evident that you all know your business inside and out. And I would say take it one step further, know my business. So if you're trying to do business with me, I need you to know my businesses, the challenges that come along with my industry, what the needs are, the innovations that are taking place in my industry. So I would say that's probably first and foremost. Definitely be able to articulate your value proposition, right? And so it's not just enough to say what you do, but it needs to resonate with me. And so you need to make it make sense for me or for potential clients, right? You also need to make sure that you are able to differentiate yourselves from your competitors, right? Like there's no new business being created, right? If I'm giving you business, I'm taking it away from someone else. And so people need to make sure that they're keenly aware of that they have to know what sets them apart. And then also, if you can be very clear about the value that you're bringing to your current, clients. That's something that we love to hear. We need the success stories. We need to see how you're saving money, how you're driving innovations, how you're pulling together solutions that no one would have had they not worked with you. Like we need to hear more of that. And then lastly, it's what you touched on is about building relationships. I cannot stress the importance of building relationships with people who are sitting in seats like mine. It's all about the relationship. And we just talked about that, right, Wendy, where I've been working with Wendy and I, we met many years ago. And she's like, Lottie, I'm still working at it. And I'm like, yes, don't give up, sis. Because, I'm on this side. And again, I'm going to do my part. I need you to do your part. And when the timing is right, it will come together because we've built relationships that matter. And those are the ones who will be the most successful on this.
Absolutely. Wow. Just great information. And I am sure that our virtual audience is really soaking all of this in because your backgrounds, your stories, and the way that you all have traversed the terrain, which at times I'm certain can be rocky, it's just been outstanding. And so let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about the challenges. While you all have had a lot of success, there were probably a few challenges along the way. And there are so many studies out there that indicate that minorities, Black-owned businesses access to talent, and often the management skills that are needed in running their own company. So when you couple those factors with the current economic environment, I want to know, and I'm sure our audience wants to know, what do you see as the biggest challenges in your industry at the moment? Because it does change. We talked about the challenges in 2007 and 2008, but how do you overcome those and address those challenges so that you can continue to grow and thrive?
Well, I can tell you one thing. I know that a lot of times, particularly with the PPP protection plan, and when people were trying to go out and get loans, I really believed, and thank goodness I did not get one, but you have to have an ongoing relationship with your banker. And I think that is something that people do not think is important, but it's going to be important each and every day when you're trying to expand, when you're trying to get your PPP loan, whatever that is. And so, establish that and understand the money, understand where it's going, why, what your costs are, have that bookkeeper, have that CPA, have it all together so that when it comes time when you want to go to the bank to ask for money, everything is in line. And you're a great business, and you're an asset for the bank, and vice versa. So I think that is very important. You just really kind of have to have all your eggs in a row, so to speak, in terms of making sure that everything is aligned, is organized, and you can show what your profit and loss are. You know, you can show this, you can show that. It's all there, and you know what it is based upon that business plan that you continuously evolve.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Because business plans are definitely dynamic. They are not static, and you have to be flexible and able to pivot when necessary.
Absolutely.
So, Natalie, what type of challenges have you encountered along the way? We've heard all of the great news, but what were some of the things that kept you up at night and some of those types of challenges?
Ooh, sis, I can tell you. You know, I think that it's across the board that all entrepreneurs are going to run into challenges with respect to capital. They're going to run into challenges with respect to, you know, getting the right people on their team to really help them to build and grow, because you cannot do it by yourself. And so it is essential that you build the team and have a clear understanding of your industry to know what you need. I always say that it's more important for me to know what I don't know than to know what I do. And so therefore I can go out and get the people that are experts in what I don't know to help me to build my vision and to help me to, you know, build out the organization to a level that I wouldn't even begin to understand. They bring me those assets, and you know, I've really been blessed with the team to help me to do that. Another thing that has been probably one of our biggest challenges is breaking into an industry, particularly in the energy field, that is, you know, very, very male dominated, very white male dominated, so that you have to prove yourself a little bit more.
Well,
you know,
do.
you have to establish that you know what you're doing. You can do it well.
Yes.
You can do it cost effectively. You can do it efficiently. You bring value to the customer, which are all things that you are supposed to do.
Right.
Whether you're black, white, purple, those are the things that you are supposed to create and implement in your business and sustain in your business model, irrespective of who you are, male, female, whatever. But there are times where we have to kind of go above and beyond that measure to say, I can do it maybe twice as well.
So maybe have to be twice as good?
Yeah, sometimes 3 times as good.
3 times
like
as
that's
good.
and I've come to understand that in a very, very, very acute and personal way, that is the truth. But I do not the Bible says do not despise humble beginnings, but I don't despise that, because it makes us even better. It sharpens us. It requires us to go through continuous improvement processes that I maybe didn't think about before, because I assumed that I wouldn't have to because my counterpart didn't. But it creates a level of excellence in my company that I'm in within myself, and devoutness within myself that I am forced to do. So I'm appreciative of it, even though I'm like, hey, do I have to do all of that all the time? But you know, so I would want for any entrepreneur that's going after any dream to appreciate that sharpening, because it can only make you better. And so those have been some really distinct challenges. Of course, COVID has been very challenging in this time, because we do have a lot of OEM and assembly overseas. The logistics aspects of it has been extremely challenging. So it requires you to be much more organized, much more forward thinking, in order to make sure that you're able to maintain that excellence in your delivery of service and products to the customer.
Excellent. Yeah. Outstanding. Outstanding. Well, we've talked a little bit about investor funding and some of the challenges that you all have to face, especially with COVID and some of the other issues that have been upon us recently. Lottie, from your perspective, when you think about the challenges that most businesses face, you've talked a little bit about the requirements that are in place for companies to do business with FCA, but what are some of the things that you see as stumbling blocks to some of the suppliers when they are coming to you, especially, I'm going to say, Black-owned businesses and women-owned businesses?
Well, I think both of you touched on what I would say in terms of the biggest challenge or barrier to entry for Black-owned business will obviously be the access to capital, right? And so I think just because there's such a huge wealth gap with Black-owned businesses that sometimes we aren't able to meet some of the stringent requirements from financial institutions or have the assets to back a loan. And that's not always the case, but we have to be mindful that is a concern. I think that as corporations, we have to be intentional with our efforts, right?
Yes.
So there are things that we can do to aid specifically Black-owned businesses, right? And so are there special arrangements that we can make if necessary? And again, I want to make sure to say that not all Black-owned businesses will need consideration in a way. Some of our largest minority-owned businesses in the country are Black-owned businesses.
Yes.
And I tout that everywhere I go because I'm often having to overcome the misconception of they're all small. They're all inefficient. They're all financially unstable. They're all, you know what I mean? And so, and that is not the case. And so I'm like, we have some very successful businesses. But again, I think we have to be intentional in our actions. We have to view these companies a little differently. We have to be willing to equip them with what they need to be successful. So sometimes maybe is that payment term adjustments? Is that, partnering them with others to ensure financial stability, whatever it may be. But we have to look at that a little differently. And so I am sitting in the seat, again, now coming from supplier diversity and now on the D&I side where I'm looking at all of the statements that have been made, kind of declaring our support for the Black community. Well, I've been screaming like, this is how we support the Black community. Let's do more business with Black-owned businesses because we know this is how we will eradicate these gaps with wealth and health and education if we start to do business with these businesses, right? And if we can start to do that and partner with them, then now obviously you're hiring more minorities. That's affecting our communities. And so to me, that is how I am and utilizing my seat to say there's definitely more that we can do with these businesses. Let's just take a different view at it.
Okay. Can I piggyback off of that just for a minute? Not only, and that is a phenomenal corporate goal for any corporation, but it has to also be a corporate goal and strategy for Black businesses doing business with other Black businesses.
Oh, wow.
The MBE to MBE, whatever it is, we need, and woman to woman, we need to be able to support one another because that creates an additional cycle of being able to build revenue generation that flows through our community as African Americans. And so, it just baffles me every time when I see that we as African Americans have the ability to support one another as African Americans, and then it becomes limited or non-existent. And, so Wendy's husband, Tom Miller, and his partner, David Burnley, who is a very, very dear friend of mine, helped me. They helped me in my environmental services division. And so as that part of my business is growing, we did an MBE to MBE to partner to help the growth of my company. David Burnley, he has Devon Industrial Group and Devon Contracting. And, he's where Lottie is saying, he's that, he's there at that level, very, very successful African-American owned company to partner with a smaller company, the little engine that can and is, to help us to grow. And I think that we need more of that. And, as a Black woman owned company, our commitment is to utilize. So if ever there's an opportunity for me to partner with Wendy to say, okay, well, let's go after this because I don't have the capabilities here, but you have the capabilities there. Let's do that. Let's give those opportunities to one another. I think that for us to say, okay, well, DTE or Ford or Chrysler or, you guys should have that corporate responsibility. We have to have it as well.
I cannot echo that enough.
Yeah.
I totally agree
It's
with
so
you.
real.
It
It's
is
so
real.
real.
And I was just speaking with Ken on the way in, and I was talking about, well, who's doing, your audio visual back there? What company is that? He was like, oh, this is a Black-owned company. This is that. And so, of course, I said, I wouldn't expect anything less. He's like, absolutely not. And I'm thinking, but if all of us had that mentality, where could we be? Not relying solely on the corporates, as you say, but when we start to see that happen as corporations, we will start to pick up on that saying, wait a second, we too need to do more. We should be partnering as well. So Natalie, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
Great point.
that's very important. And I think we try to do it as much as we can within that community. But to your point, if more and more people assisted each other, oh my goodness.
What could we,
we're really onto
do?
something.
And especially if we
Absolutely.
as Black women harnessed our power, because let's face it, like, we have
make the world go round.
Yeah, exactly. The magnitude of our power is great. If we decided to say, sis, I see you.
Right.
What can I do? How can we partner? I mean, what could we really do?
Yeah.
I mean, wow, we could be extraordinary.
We will be.
We are.
We are. But we could be even more. And there could be more of us, right?
Yeah.
There could be more of us. And I think that's what we're all saying.
I agree. And when we talk about that, we call it sis. You are sis. Maybe there's a S to S, sister to sister, or something like that in our future. We're going to have to come up with something there.
We coined it right here on this stage.
Absolutely. It was born here on this stage, this platform.
Yeah.
So, we talk about that, and we've talked about the challenges, and we've talked about entrepreneurship. But, there are these isms that are out there, and we know them as sexism and racism and nepotism. And there are probably a few more that I haven't even thought about yet. But, taking that first step, that's important. But that is the leap of faith. And that is just the beginning. Now, as stated earlier, launching these businesses, women are doing it at an impressive rate. But it seems there are so many that still haven't been able to escape those isms. And it's held them back. Some might just call them stereotypes. But as a result, the gap between the average revenue for business owned by women of color and those owned by white women is increasing. That gap is growing. Okay. So along with all of the other challenges that you have faced and all of the other challenges that you have running your business day to day, do you believe that there is a gender gap that you also must deal with? And if so, how do you deal with that? And what are you doing to bridge that gap? And what can corporations do and others do to help bridge and eliminate that gap?
It's a collection of the information that we're sitting here talking about, obviously. And I always talk about these 3 W's, which are like your work product, right? Your work ethic. And then there's word of mouth, right? So those 3 will get you into a lot of doors on your own. But again, as Natalie said, you're going to have to, and my parents told me this when I was very young, you're going to have to be twice as good.
Absolutely.
You're going to have to work twice as hard and just get over it, And so if you have to take that model and what you do as an entrepreneur, then you're gonna have these isms.
Yes.
And but you're gonna have to push through those and just be the best person that anyone could possibly see. All I need is an opportunity.
That's right.
Open the door for you.
All I need is an opportunity to let you know what I can do, how I can do it. And oh, by the way, these are some of my clients that you might want to talk to. And they can tell you the same thing. I just need the opportunity to be just like, and I don't want to be judged by, this, that, and the other than what I'm doing for you, just like everyone else here. And so when we get to that point in life, that will be wonderful. But until then, we're just gonna have to forge ahead, I think.
1,000%.
1,000%.
1,000%. They're there.
Yes.
The classism is there. The racism is there. The sexism is there. They're there. And to deny them would just be foolish. It's the systemic racism is there. It's real. And I think that, and I personally can attest to having experienced those types of things in my personal life, in my business. And any entrepreneur that's out there, if you guys want to go into business, you're going to experience them too.
Yeah.
And so it's what Wendy said. Get over it. Like it is true. And it's not to minimize that struggle in any way or to make light of it, because it's real and we have to put systems in place to deal with those things. But if you want to be an entrepreneur and if you want to go into business, that cannot be your foothold.
Right.
That becomes a stronghold. You can't do that. You have to push through. You have to persevere. You have to be creative. You have to be better than your counterparts. And you can be. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with striving for that. We're not looking for handouts. We're looking for the opportunities to be able to get into the door and to show ourselves and to prove that we have every capability, every capacity that our competitor would have, but having an understanding from a lot of you to say, okay, well, I know that this company may have been a little disadvantaged there because they may not have had the access to capital that their competitors would have had, or they may not have had these opportunities. So we as a corporation are going to provide them with the tools, the mentoring to, you know, the different mechanisms that we can to make sure and ensure that they grow.
Right.
But it's about doing the work. There is a gender gap there for women. As a whole, for Black women and white women, and the reason for that is a lot of times a marriage structure, a familial structure that will give you that platform to launch that other African Americans may not necessarily have, but it's really about doing the work.
And just to add to that, and again, I think you ladies totally nailed it. Within FCA, we're taking the time to have what we're calling courageous conversations. And I think every corporation to a degree is having some form of conversation, talking about things that we have not traditionally talked about in corporate America. And so within those conversations, we're playing a lot of videos, one of which is the privilege walk or the race, where you're seeing, this depiction of kids answering questions, taking steps forward based on things that they had no input in, right? Wow. And so it's showing how there's an advantage for some based on actions that they did not take. And I think in the conversations that we're having, we're starting to have this awakening, if you will, of something is at stake here that many of us didn't think about in terms of this systemic oppression that is really occurring in corporate America, and understanding that there are advantages for some. And that we do have to take these equity actions to catch people up, so to speak, right? And so that is what my seat is about. That is why, again, I'm here. I'm always talking about where I am relative to you ladies, but that's why I'm in this seat, because, we've heard it said that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity isn't. And so that's why the role of those of us in D&I and in supplier diversity and just in corporate America, period, we should be trying to figure out ways to, again, ensure these equity actions are taking place, because we should be affording you these opportunities, understanding that it has not been a level playing field. And what can we do? And then I would just say to all of the entrepreneurs out there, be ready. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Because when the opportunities are heading your way, then you need to be able to take advantage of them. And you have to, like you said, you have to do the work, and you have to stop at nothing to be better than everyone else, because this is what we have to do. And don't be afraid to be excellent. Don't be afraid of your greatness, because we do have it. And that's what I try to tell all of the entrepreneurs that I talk to and all of the business owners. You have it in you. If you've gotten this far, you can take it to the next level. Now, what can I do to help you in that? But do the work, be great.
Absolutely. Wow, we're getting so many great nuggets. And thus far, we've discussed your big ideas. We've talked about challenges. We've talked about the gender gap and all of the isms. So now let's pivot and let's start looking to the future. Let's think about growth. We know that a business that never grows really is slowly dying or failing. And even if you really want to maintain your current level of success, you have to plan for sustainability.
Absolutely.
Most business women or business people are in a constant cycle of what we call hunting and harvesting, So tell us, how do you plan to grow your business?
Well, I most certainly am very excited about our future growth with respect to the electric vehicle charging station component that we are developing now, or have developed, honestly. And so the way that you grow your business is to always be forward-looking and long-term thinking. Where are the markets? Where, what do you see being discussed around you? What can you identify that is a need that you have the talent and the capabilities and the capacity for fulfilling for someone else? And so that is how, as a transition in the process where the idea of the electric vehicle charging station manufacturing came from. If I'm honest, I was 2 years ago laying on the couch and after Sunday service, I went to church and I woke up and I was like, electric vehicle charging station. So, but that's kind of how God speaks to me. So I began, researching that industry, and it was like, yes, that's exactly what we're about to start doing. And so it really is again, being in tune with what is going on in your industry. It's going to always be growing. It's going to always be expanding. And so you have to be able to determine where you can carve out a niche to be able to provide something. If it's not that anybody else is providing, how can you provide it better? How can you provide it more cost effective? What value proposition are you bringing to whatever demographic of customer that you have? Yeah.
Very good. Yes. Always the research, the preparedness, just being ready, staying ready for when that door opens. Wendy, are there any things that your company and your business you're looking at, thinking about
you
for
know,
growth?
one thing, and I guess I touched on it a little bit earlier in terms of, you know, we do deep cleaning, we do waste management, and obviously we've all kind of been in the house for the last 9 months or so.
Yes, unfortunately.
And you know, things kind of shut down. But I started thinking, I was like, well, wait a minute, things are shutting down. The people are going to have to go back to work at some point in time. Let's do this, you know, let's really figure out this COVID cleaning and how that works.
Right.
And, you know, it just kind of morphed into something that was amazing. And so now we're doing it at some of the OEMs and some manufacturing facilities and, you know, different places all over the nation. And it kind of morphed from that.
Yes.
And so you take something else and you kind of, I guess to your point, Natalie, it's what you're doing, and just figure it out in terms of how you can kind of elevate that to a different level or a different project. You know, I'm one person that always doesn't necessarily want to have all my eggs in one basket. And
diversify.
And you have to diversify. And so you can't just do one thing, you know, and then something else happens, you know, like the restaurant industry or whatever. You think about those things. You have to make sure that your package includes things that, well, if this doesn't work, then maybe this will. And so you really have to kind of stay focused, to your point, on what's happening, what you have a knowledge or need, what's the need for your customers, and listen, you know, and network. And you get so much information from talking to other people, and you may come back with an idea that you had no idea from 2 or 3 people down. You're like, oh, well, wait a minute, let me think about that.
Right.
And doing a collaborative effort with someone else. I mean, so it's the sky's kind of the limit, you know, with focus.
Yes, absolutely.
But you have to, go ahead, Lottie.
No, I was going to say, you also, to add to that, I would just say, always keep in mind, like, what problem are you trying to solve?
Exactly.
Yes.
Right. And I always share that with minority-owned businesses when they come to me saying, "Oh, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this, I can do that." And you know, and I've diversified, and diversification is great to an extent. You know, managed diversification. But to say, "Oh, all of a sudden now I'm doing this," it's like, wait a second, now that's pulling away from your core, you know, capabilities. And so you want to make sure that's managed, but always think about, what problem am I really trying to solve?
Yeah, I was going to, exactly to Lottie's point, make sure that there's a need for what you're doing. I was in a class for Tuck at Dartmouth, and for, you know, entrepreneurs, and the professor said, so if you want to start a barbershop, you're good at cutting hair, and then you go and open up a barbershop, and you know, within a mile radius, there's 10 barbershops there. You know, maybe that might not be the best choice or the best location. Look to see if the area that you're going, is it saturated? You know, are there opportunities for growth there? So you know, you can do something really, really well, but there may not be a need for that.
Absolutely.
That's why you have to begin with, you know, to invest within yourself, to grow and to diversify and open yourselves up to other opportunities, collaborations, you know, like Wendy stated, you can't do it on your own all the time. And having 50% of the pie or 40% of the pie is better than having none of it.
Exactly. Exactly. Again, you know, we've talked a lot about the growth, and we've talked about the challenges, and we've talked a little bit about risk. One of the things that I want to explore a little bit more with Lottie for just a moment is that diversification piece, because yes, you cannot be all things to all people. However, from my years in corporate America with one of the other major OEMs, I won't call that name, but one of the other major OEMs, I know that often we had Black-owned businesses, minority businesses come to us, and they would be awarded business, but we would be their only client, their only customer. So if that product went away or something happened,
Absolutely.
the bottom would fall out.
Absolutely.
What do you say to any of your vendors or Black suppliers that come in around diversification and that need? And is there anything that you would like to share in that arena?
I think these ladies touched on it perfectly in terms of, again, just making sure the need is there and that you can justify why you are the one to provide that particular solution, right? I would say, again, diversification is extremely important. I think all of us, we need to be able to look at industries and understand what potential solutions are out there and what could you provide. And so like within the automotive industry specifically, of course, the technology advancing at an excessive pace right now, right? And so we all have to be able to kind of like read the tea leaves to see what opportunities could there be for me 5 years ago that may align, or 5 years from now that may align to what I'm doing today. And so for us in the automotive industry, okay, all of us understand that anything having to do with, autonomous driving, so autonomous sensors, wiring, connectivity, all of those things.
EV chargers.
EV chargers, right? And as well as the traditional things as well, warehousing and sequencing and, software development, like all of there are opportunities out there. And so you just need to make sure that you position yourselves for that opportunity, whether it's today or 5 years from now. So understand where the trends are going, educate yourselves, collaborate as best as you can if necessary, and then again position yourselves for those opportunities. But there are always opportunities for businesses with compelling value propositions, period. There is. And if you're successful for your clients, other people will want to partner with you. So there are always opportunities.
That word of mouth.
That word of mouth.
Absolutely. Well, this is a good segue into our next topic, which is going to be around technology. We all hear, the buzzwords, disruptive technology, and all of the things that are impacting business now. And the National Business League Conference theme is the revolution won't be televised, it shall be digitized.
That's right.
And so there's a panel that will come behind us later this afternoon, and they're going to provide some more insights on digital methodologies to grow your business. So from your perspective, when we start talking about disruptive technologies, we're talking data analytics, we're talking blockchain, cloud computing, RPA, BPA, all of these things. What current or emerging technologies are you all utilizing in your business to improve your capabilities and your overall business performance?
Well, I definitely am not a techie, so all of those acronyms that you just named, I don't even know exactly what they are.
But I'm sure your people do.
But my
That's
people
right.
are the right people.
Right. You have people.
But if my digital marketing firm that I've already hired were on the stage,
They
they
can
would be
tell you
able to
about
tell you exactly what we're implementing. Digital marketing is a very, very big component to what we do with respect to our lighting. Dunamis, it has, again, forward thinking. The lighting industry is somewhat saturated. So we had to pivot to be able to provide what is a need now in the industry, which is horticultural lighting. So our focus is on—
Would that be with greenhouses and
that
that
is
new
exactly
industry that's
in that
emerging?
new industry that's emerging.
Absolutely.
So that new multi-billion-dollar industry that's
industry.
emerging, we want to be able to provide that ancillary need, which is lighting, which is one of the largest needs for the cannabis and hemp industry, that there is. And so how do we get the word out about who we are and what makes us different? What's the Dunamis difference there? That's done through social media. That's done through digital marketing. And we intend to have this very same focus, in addition to, of course, the traditional networking on the ground sales for the electric vehicle charging stations. It is a digital, it makes the world flat now.
It
Because,
does.
you can reach so many demographics of customers. And so that is our focus.
It globe.
It shrinks the globe.
We are global.
Absolutely.
Many years ago, they were talking about it, and now it's here.
It's right here.
Right here in our faces. Would you like to add anything in that area, or you're?
I do think that there's so many things. Face recognition, to me, that's like a huge piece of the puzzle. You can have employees can come to work and face recognition in, face recognition out. We didn't have that 5 years ago. just obviously the 5G internet
Yes.
kind of came at a good time in reference to everything that was going on
Right.
here with the pandemic and fast internet speed. And we talked a little bit about the autonomous cars, which is,
Right.
I think, is going to be a huge scenario
An opportunity.
and a lot of
A
opportunities.
lot of opportunity
there.
for Black women in business.
Absolutely.
You know, and just think about what we're doing here today. Virtual,
Right.
virtually.
Right.
I mean, who would have thought that this is the way we would be conducting, you know, a conference 5 years ago? And, you know, and I think that this is going to have an impact on how we continue to communicate and share information with people across the globe in the future. So, you know, we're thinking about that, and we're not going to dig any deeper into that technology because that panel that's behind us, they're going to do all of that.
I would
Yes.
just like to add one that I find to be very interesting in the automotive space is the use of augmented reality and virtual reality.
AI is
And
huge.
so, I mean, that's something that's really helping us, you know, with our prototype processes and assembling
Yes.
our vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to actually tour a minority-owned business utilizing the virtual reality. And so, like, this is real. And so
Yes,
I'm
it
thinking, like,
is.
it's just making things, like you said, that the ability to be able to share information in real time. And for me to
Absolutely.
see, you know, assembly lines in real time, like, it's unbelievable. So I can't wait to see what that technology
Where it's going to go.
Where it's
Yeah,
going.
5 years from now, it's
Mhm.
going to be scary. And so I would just say we should definitely keep our eyes on that one.
Absolutely. Yeah. So much is going on. And I'm excited about the future. And I know that sometimes we get a little down with COVID and all of the ways it has impacted our lives. But when we sit here today, you know, with this cis power, sister cis power, and think about all of the possibilities in the future, you know, I get excited all over again.
Tremendous.
Yes. So we've talked a little bit about technology and the trends, but before we get off of that, what are those mobile apps? Because I'm just always curious. You know, you hear everybody is, you know, with their phones and their iPads and all of this, but what apps are there that you just can't live without? Anybody?
Amazon. I'm not gonna lie. I have packages coming to my house
A couple
every
times a day, right?
a few times a day, and especially during COVID. You know, during COVID, I was sitting around my house and I'm like, ooh, I need to change those blinds, or I really need to buy some more computers for my staff. I mean, I've really been able to utilize that technology now way more than I did, and it became much more prevalent to me during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I would say Amazon is my top one. I have a couple
You
of
took that one from me, boy.
Yeah. No, I think that just speaks to like all of
All
us.
of us.
Amazon is the number one.
Are we
platform
hiding
for many
boxes?
people.
No.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. At this point, it just doesn't matter. They're just coming in now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good. Well, I just want to talk briefly about the pandemic and the politics, but we probably won't talk a lot about the politics. But let's talk a little bit about COVID-19 and the impact that may have had on your business. So many businesses were forced to shutter and shut down during, you know, the last 6-9 months. And many of them were unable to survive. They just did not have the wherewithal to do that. And Black-owned businesses, especially women-owned businesses that are minority-owned, are very vulnerable. They're in this very vulnerable sector. And so with that health crisis and the financial crisis, it really impacted a lot of our businesses. And I mean our businesses. And many of them will not be able to recover. So what have you guys done, and what did you do to survive over the last 9 months to make sure that your people were still, you know, employed if possible, and things of that nature?
Yeah. We took advantage of the PPP loan funding and the EIDL loan funding, and it really assisted us in maintaining, because we had a lot of turnover with our employees. Our employees, you know, I'm sure as Wendy experienced, were essential workers, and you know, we were responsible for cleaning those power plants, and so we had to make sure that the plants were sanitized. You know, for COVID disinfecting, all of those types of things. And we had to be there. Our team had to be there every day. And so we were able to we were blessed because we had work that we had to do because of the specific industry that we were in.
Right.
There, a lot of companies were not, so fortunate for that, but it still was very challenging in navigating through, because you had to undertake all of these new protocols, these new procedures. My safety director was like constantly barraged by building out new COVID safety plans for 150 employees and making sure that it's implemented and managed every day. We had employees to come down with COVID, and and how that is a chain reaction in your workforce. So the people that were around that individual, now they're off. Now we would have to. There were times where 10, 15 employees are out because they were around that one worker that got sick. So it was very interesting, and then the added costs of PPE, the protective equipment that we had to provide, the masks, the the sterilizations, all of that kind of stuff, the disinfecting, and so I would say that it was and it still is, because we're we still have to do, we're still in the midst of it. It's rising right now.
It's on the rise again.
So it has been definitely a challenge in navigating through.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And it provided an opportunity, I think, in some ways. And as they say, you have to be ready, and you have to be forward thinking.
Forward thinking.
And it looks like that's one of the things that you were able to do.
That's exactly what we did. We pivoted a little bit in terms of, it's like, what, this is a need assessment, and and making sure that the CDC and OSHA guidelines and everything that's related to that. And there was additional equipment that we had to purchase for those purposes, but it was clearly a need.
Right.
And so that's kind of how, when everything shut down, we kind of said, hey, let's figure this out another kind of way. And that seemed to work. And I think keeping in touch with your customer base and continuously doing that networking, because now we do Zoom. And if you haven't done Zoom yet, you will be doing it soon.
Oh, absolutely.
And all that Microsoft team, whatever, just kind of keeping that conversation going, through COVID, I think was, and now was very important to make sure that you're still on someone else's radar.
Right.
So that's very important.
I would just add to that, you're 100% right. Invest in your current clients, like that. That's where the focus should be for a lot of people right now during this time.
Right.
Not investing in trying to get new clients, right, but more so strengthening the relationships that you have and delivering what you can with those clients so that they can hopefully want to do more business with you during this time, right?
And do that word of mouth.
Exactly. We keep talking about that word of mouth. That's serious. That's important. No, you're 100% right.
Okay. Well, I wanted to touch on that because, like you said, the cases here are still rising every day.
Yeah.
And we know that there were so many businesses, especially Black-owned businesses, that were unable to receive funding vis-a-vis the PPP and either the EDIL loans through the Small Business Administration. So it sounds like you all were able to retain your employees and so forth and so on, but we don't have a crystal ball. And we can't see into the future. We know that. So based on lessons learned in 2008, 2009, and the last 9 months, how will you recession-proof your business going forward? Because we all know everything is cyclical, and it's probably, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 years from now, we may hit another bump in the road. Are there some things lessons that you've learned now that are going to help you make sure that your business can survive that next bump or that next big hurdle?
It's what we've been talking about, diversification.
Okay.
You can't have all of your eggs in one basket. And so the way that we were able to really survive during this time period is because we were in an industry where we could provide a service during the need. The lighting industry really slowed down. My business there slowed down significantly. With the electric vehicle charging stations, we were able to continue developing out because we haven't launched yet. But, diversification is key. In addition to that, going back to a point that Wendy made at the beginning, know what you have inside internally, understand your financials, get a good CPA, get a good bookkeeper that's going to keep you on track so that you can see what your cash flow and revenues are coming in, what you have going out. Have a controller, have someone there on your team so that you know where you can cut. You know, where are the cuts that will not compromise your delivery of service? You know, where are the things that you can kind of really begin to minimize so that you can undergird the company to continue in, you know, in really challenging times.
Yeah, Natalie, that's an excellent point because, you know, we saw so many companies, believe it or not, you know, much smaller than your companies and your businesses, but they did not have good financials. And the banks that were issuing the loans were giving those loans to existing customers, and they didn't have good tax records and things of that nature. And some of the people that needed the funding the most, they weren't ready. They were not ready, and they were not able to take advantage of that. And unfortunately, their doors may be shuttered permanently or until perhaps they have the next big idea. So Lottie, do you have any additional insights or words of wisdom?
Well, I think I was just going to echo what you said earlier. The relationship with your banker is critical.
And I don't dating your banker.
Dating your banker,
dating
right?
your
Exactly.
banker,
And that is how. Not saying that is one of the ways that you can recession-proof, but you have to be able to secure the funds before you need them.
Correct.
Right? You can't get into the cash crunch and all of a sudden now I'm going to go to the bank and get it. It doesn't work that way. So you really have to have that relationship established with your banker. And then to your point, knowing everything that's coming in and going out, understanding where you can scale when necessary. But I would say first and foremost about recession proof is making sure you have that relationship and securing that funding before you need it. Making sure that you are able to effectively diversify where it makes sense. And then again, investing in your current clients. And then I would just say fine tuning your messaging and what it is that you do. Again, that value prop and making sure that, again, you're able to effectively articulate that. So for your current clients, they understand, again, just exactly the value that you can bring to them.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, you know, we've covered a number of topics this morning. And there's just one other thing that I'd like to do because everybody is always interested in hearing your stories. And so when you think about all of the work that you've done and know that you all probably are workaholics, okay, all right?
No.
Yeah.
No,
you know, you're dating your bankers. And, but, you know, we want to know a little bit about you as individuals. And so we know it's not easy being an entrepreneur. And it's not easy being alone and being that person at the top. And so tell me a little bit about how do you just kind of relax your brain? How do you just kind of bring it down just a little bit so that you can have those clear thoughts and that next aha moment to propel you over the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years and beyond?
You got to put the phone down for a while.
Okay.
That's one. No, seriously.
Yes.
'Cause, I mean, there's emails and this and that. It's constant. It's constant.
Right.
And so I think that to clear your head, you really have to kind of put it aside. It kind of gives you the opportunity to kind of research and just kind of, you know, relax, get myself together. Let me think about some things you can. Because if you're constantly working on things and that and any other, then you're never going to be able to have that downtime to be able to figure out what's my next step. How do I get out of this? I mean, you have to kind of come in and just kind of think things through. And the only way you're going to do that really is to kind of disconnect for a couple of, you know, you're going to have to.
Well, absolutely.
You know, and travel, maybe when that comes back.
When that comes back, a little travel.
You
Well, you know, I asked this question because when I hear your stories, I know you all talked about your mothers and your business owners and your attorneys and your corporate executives, and you have all of these balls that are always up in the air and you're very successful. So everybody wants to know, you know, well, how do you just kind of bring it down on occasion?
Self-care is so important. And I am preaching to myself because I don't do it enough. I'm going to be honest. I don't do it enough, but it's essential because you can only put out so much, you know, you can only put out what's inside of you. You have to be able to replenish within yourself. And so something that I absolutely love is yoga. It calms me. It keeps me healthy and, flowing physically and mentally and spiritually. Pilates, making sure that, I stay strong and flexible because, a lot of, especially as Black women, we internalize so much that stress, that pressure, and it will ultimately begin to not just impact the emotional or the mental, but it'll impact the physical as well. So it's extremely important for self-care. I do a lot of meditation, a lot of prayer. God really is the central focus of my life. So he grounds me and sustains me in that way. But it's important for us to do that. For a long time, I would feel guilty about going to get an hour and a half massage. Like, oh my God, I got to do doing this, but it's stuff that we need to do. Go get that facial, go get that massage, go hang out with your friends and have some wine and just chill, so it's very important to take that time.
Yes. And I know Lottie's going to join in, but I bring this up for a reason. This panel is Black women in business. And I don't want the Black women that are viewing this panel to think that, oh gosh, all they do is work, and I have a child, and I have a part-time job, and I have this, and I have that. How can I make this happen? And that's why I want them to hear some real stories and hear about the real things and how you do unwind when you get home at night or on a weekend or whenever, so that they know this is possible for them too.
It definitely is possible. I took a new role when I was 5 months pregnant. And so I just remember people thinking I was absolutely crazy to move into the position, expecting, and then how would I be able to manage at that level with a new child? And so I tell people that there are things in my life that are non-negotiable, right? And so one of which is my faith. So I will be at church when I want to be at church. So every Wednesday night for Bible study, every Saturday for any type of prayer service or anything we have, and every Sunday as a trustee. And so there are things in my life that I feel that I need to do because it keeps me balanced. It keeps me sane. It keeps me in a spirit of gratefulness, for what I do have. And so I just make sure that people understand, like, that's how I disconnect. That's how I self-care. It's just kind of having that level of gratefulness. But then also in the midst of all that, because we do work, but we have some type of, maybe it's not a balance of work life, but there's an optimization. Sometimes work comes first.
Yes,
that's just being honest. Sometimes my personal life comes first. And so I have to optimize. But what I will say, and my husband is going to fall out when he hears me say this, but I heard Doc Rivers, who's a basketball coach in the NBA, say that pressure is a privilege. And I've never looked at it that way, because I come home sometimes from work and I'm just under such pressure. And in talking through that is that I feel that, it is a privilege for me to sit in this seat. And for me to have the pressure and the expectation that is placed on me as a woman leader. I thrive in that now. Whereas before I would say, oh, it's just too much. So I think there's a way that you have to view things, right? And making sure you have the right mindset, right? Because if not, I'm with you. It's like, oh, we got too much work. I've come now to appreciate where I am and appreciate the expectations that are placed on me as a Black woman, because I know that I can step up and I can meet it, and I can correct my crown, and I can walk in greatness, right? And so to me, that's where I am.
And I think too, as we get older, you really do optimize or prioritize what's most important, because I think is when you're younger, you're really trying to prove to people that, oh, I can do this, I can do that. You can't, right? You just can't. And so, be it your spiritual life, be it family, those things are really the most important. And to your point, sometimes work, will flip and okay, I got to put 200% into this right this second. But, you have to be able to pull away from it and to be able to kind of live your life and be happy and keep the stress levels way, be it exercising, be it being with your friends and a bottle of wine.
That's the second time I've heard that, right?
The husband, the children, making sure that everybody's okay. And so, because we do that, we take care of everybody, and that's okay. But we have to also take care of ourselves and our health. And what we do and how we handle life itself. And that's
Right.
most important.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, ladies, I could sit here and chat with you all afternoon, and I know that everybody would love to hear more and more and more. But unfortunately, we do have a little bit of a schedule that we will keep today. But one of the things that I want to ask you as we start to close out our panel discussion today, I think about the children, and I know you have a little one, and we have gone through that experience ourselves. They're a lot older now, but they used to have an expression of a do-over. Okay. And I've often thought about one of the expressions that I saw that said, you can't unscramble eggs, but if you could have a do-over,
Oh, wow.
all right, as you think about your careers and your businesses, what would you do over?
That is a good
No one at
question.
the same time, please. No one.
I mean, I'll start. And I'm not, this isn't, cliche or anything. I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't. And again, maybe it's because I'm a believer and I know that all things work together, right? So like the yeses, the nos, the promotions, the, denials, all of this work together, right? For me to be exactly where I am supposed to be at this very moment. Utilizing, again, the gifts that I have, the voice that I have, the platform that I have. And so I don't believe that I would change one thing.
I'm totally with that, because here's the thing. Life gives you lessons, and through your journey, through your journey with God, through your journey with work, just life itself, you learn, and you're not, and if you didn't have mistakes or setbacks, you're not going to learn anything. And so that's why I'm saying, at this point in my life, when I look back at all the things that have happened or not happened, whatever, I am just totally grateful. And I'm in a great spot, with life, and I've learned what to do, what not to do for the purposes of myself.
Right.
And it makes sense. And so, it's all good.
It's all good. I agree. Not to go churchy, but
Go church.
I'm a preacher. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I really am. But there's a song that says, if I never had a problem, I'd never know that God could solve them. I'd never know what faith in God can do. And so all of us on this stage have gone through their journeys, and we're continuing. It's going to always be a journey. So I say, don't live with regrets. Now, there may be some things that you look back on in the journey, in the process, to say, well, I could have done that better, or, but you're learning, you're growing, in everything, give thanks, because God will order those steps to put you in the place where you're supposed to be, as long as you have that gratitude.
Absolutely.
As long as you have that humility to say, okay, I didn't know then, but I'm better now. I'm doing better now. I'm growing. I'm progressing, and just give God room to move and to work and to place you where you need to be. It's all about the gratitude and the humility and being able to be teachable and have those teachable moments. So I wouldn't do a thing differently.
Wow.
You have to work through the fear.
Work through the fear.
Work through it.
There have been so many pearls and nuggets of wisdom that we have gleaned from you all today. And I just can't tell you what a pleasure it's been for me to be able to moderate the discussion amongst such three outstanding businesswomen. This has just been great. So in closing, what I'd like to do is give you an opportunity to leave any words of wisdom for those who are coming behind, because we know we need to undergird and pull forward as we move forward. And so are there any skills or wisdom or advice that you would like to leave with other Black women who are thinking about going into business, or maybe they're in the midst of launching their business and they're struggling and they don't know what to do or where to turn? And or they can be those like yourselves that are very successful and just want to hear some words of wisdom from you.
I would say no one knows what's best for you but you.
Right.
Trust the intuitive spirit that God has placed in you, especially as women. We're so intuitive. Trust that intuition. And believe in your ability to do and push. as women, we are creators. And, when we give birth to babies, when we give birth to vision, we have to push through, persevere. Don't quit because it's getting tough, because it's going to be tough. Sometimes persevere. Do not give up on the vision that you have for yourself. Push through.
All right.
I think that that's excellent advice, Natalie. I think you have to be vigilant, and you have to. A lot of times we don't see the end game. We want to know what the end game is, but if you put all these components together at the onset, if you put that work product together, your business plan, and how you're going to change or do or grow, then that end game will come. But you've got to put all these things up initially. Work as hard as you can. Do not allow anyone else to take your dream. I think that's very important, particularly for women. You are amazing, and you have to believe that beyond whatever anyone else says.
Absolutely.
And so if you keep your head down, keep that focus, and you're vigilant, then all things will happen. I believe that.
Very good.
Yeah, and I would just say, and you said it, believe in yourself, right? And don't second guess, your gifts that God has given you. I would also say that, there's no growth in the comfort zone, and there's no comfort in the growth zone.
Yes.
And I know that hearing your stories, that this is something that all of us, we have to constantly live in a state of discomfort in order to grow.
Yes.
And so if you start to get comfortable with that, knowing that you'll be uncomfortable, then you can go really far. So I would just say, to your point, push yourselves outside of the boundaries of what's comfortable for you, so you can reach that next level. And believe in yourself. Understand that your gift is your gift. No one else can be you. No one else can do you better than you.
Right.
And if God gave you a vision for your company, your business, there will be nobody greater to do it than you and for your business. And so that's exactly what I would tell everyone out there listening.
Well, thank you. Ladies, thank you so much for such an engaging and dynamic discussion this morning. I am sure we could keep talking. I know we could.
We're about to
because this is like girl, and go to church and that, because that has been an underlying theme. And I am certain that our conference participants, especially those who have tuned into this panel discussion, will hear that, and hopefully it will resonate with them. That's all good. So in closing, I would like to leave you with one quote, and it's from Melinda Gates. And the quote says, "A woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman. But the search to find that voice can be remarkably difficult." So to our esteemed panelists, you have truly found your individual and collective voices in business, in your personal lives, and in the communities in which you thrive and operate. So, Natalie, Lottie, and Wendy, thank you so much for participating. It has truly been my honor to facilitate this panel discussion.
Booker T. Washington was the leading African-American figure in every sphere of American society from the standpoint of the white leaders of the late 19th and early 20th century. He was an educator, he was an author, he was a statesman. He was the first Black broker of power and privilege for really millions of African Americans. Born into slavery in the 1850s, freed after the Civil War. He was educated at one of the first historically Black colleges, not really a college at the time, more of a agricultural and normal institute called Hampton Institute in Hampton, Virginia. He was the beneficiary of a missionary, a man named General Samuel Chapman Armstrong, who saw education as an important gateway to racial progress for recently freed Black people. And Booker T. Washington was a devoted student of his. Their whole philosophy, both Chapman Armstrong as well as Booker T. Washington, was to teach Black people the basic skills to make a major contribution to the economic progress of America. And that took the form primarily of industrial and vocational training. So Booker T. Washington was able to parlay that approach to change, that is, an economic focus, relaxing any interest in political and civil rights, at least publicly, and drew tremendous attention from major white philanthropists, from Andrew Carnegie to John Rockefeller. If given the choice between working with blacks at all or exterminating them, those in power in the white South worked with Booker T. Washington. They supported his program because they saw the necessity for black labor as crucial for stabilizing the New South and putting it back on a course that would recover from the devastation of the Civil War.
The racial and economic disparities that have long existed in this country have only been widened by the coronavirus and amplified by the most recent acts from the very real consequences of systemic racism and inequity. This includes individuals, governments, nonprofits, and the private sector. Racial equality and economic opportunity are deeply connected. That's why Bank of America has committed $1 billion over 4 years to address critical gaps in affordable housing, access to healthcare, employment and job skills, and the resources small businesses need to succeed. We can do more, and we need to do more now to further advance racial equality and economic opportunity for all.
Welcome back to the 2020 Virtual National Black Supplier Conference. My name is Gwen Malone Rhodes, and I'm one of the managing partners and T3 Innovation Strategist, and I'm delighted to bring you our next power panel. You have heard from our previous speakers, and many of you have lived it, so you know firsthand that COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately impacted our Black businesses. As the pandemic rolled across states, it created this immediate need to rely on virtual or technical systems almost exclusively, unless you were deemed an essential worker. So this second power panel is titled COVID-19 and the Digitization of Black Businesses. So for the sake of simplicity, we're gonna define digitization as going from analog, paper and pencil, to the use of digital technologies to change your business model. And the expectation is to provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. We're really the process of moving to a digital business. So we are going to hear from our experts now on how Black businesses can assimilate into the digital world. How do we work to close that digital divide and level the playing field for us? And how can we become more prepared for the future? Our aim today is to really identify and discuss technology and those opportunities for our Black businesses to not only survive, but to really grow and thrive. So let's meet our power panel of speakers from the top 25 companies on Fortune's 2020 list this year. First, welcome Katrina Turnbow, digital coach for Google and founder and CEO of Canopy Social Digital Marketing, and Warren Flood, Microsoft Corporate Affairs Manager of the Detroit office. Welcome, and thank you all for being here with us today. So I'm gonna throw this first question open, and I'm gonna start with Katrina, but I want you all to tell the audience about yourself, introduce yourself, your education, your background, but most importantly, how you came today to be working for some of the top companies in the area of technology. So we'll start with you, Katrina.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very delighted to be here this evening. And let's see, where do we start? Well, I have the fortunate opportunity of stumbling into digital actually almost 17 years ago, I believe. And at the time, I was coming out of Florida A&M University School of Business and Industry, SBI, go SBI, and all my fellow Rattlers who are out there, but had, just coming home from college. And I really always knew that I wanted to be in a sales-oriented atmosphere. One of the things that SBI provided was wonderful exposure into companies and, you know, all those type of things of what did you want to really do with yourself in the future? Well, having the personality that I had, I knew I didn't necessarily want to work in an office. And I saw the companies Accenture and Boston Consulting Group, all of these high-powered companies come to Florida A&M, and you could have a car and you could do all of these great projects and whatnot. So didn't quite go that way, but one day I stumbled across a fledgling, or not fledgling, but emerging company, autotrader.com. And that .com opportunity for me literally launched and catapulted my entire career. That was in 2003 when the internet was still considered a fad. And I literally went into a e-commerce type role and position. It was internet sales. That's the only thing they called it. You're going to do internet sales. And we had to figure out and convince all dealerships to put their cars online. So I had the opportunity to help launch autotrader.com locally here in the Detroit territory. Yeah. And from that work emerged. And over the years, I had the wonderful opportunity to get connected to some great businesses and organizations such as the National Business League. And that was very, very early on in my development of being able to work with nonprofits to help close that digital divide. So National Business League was instrumental in helping to close that divide, and also instrumental in my opportunity to meet Chris Gentile, who is actually the anchor of creating supplier diversity and diversity as a real workforce within Google. He's right here in Michigan. And with that pairing along the way, this Google Digital Coach position actually emerged from the work that was done here in Michigan with Chris Gentile. And I was a part of that very early on. So it was one of those things where what seemed like an overnight success actually was 10 years of Chris Gentile putting in hard work, redefining the program, really looking and seeing what supplier diversity meant for corporations and his dedication, and the National Business League, because of its vast network and all of us truly working together, was able to really catapult what that meant for Black businesses. So next thing you know, 2017, the program launched, and here I am, along with, at this point, we are now, by the end of the year, we'll actually be up to 20 digital coaches around the United States. And while that was happening simultaneously, along those years, I also started my own boutique digital consulting firm.
So what do you do with your boutique firm?
Same thing. So I'm very fortunate that actually my role and responsibility of helping close the digital divide at Google, until COVID happened, I only did in-person events, going into the community, deciding where we really felt that the need was most for small businesses and entrepreneurs and nonprofits. And I really was able to do the trainings and have the personal conversations that many people weren't having within our community to really understand where were the gaps. And we transitioned online. So along with doing that work, that's what I was doing anyway. My entire life has been pretty much about helping small businesses, anybody and everybody, get online and really understand the power of what digital means to your business and your whole ecosystem as a family, work, play, whatever the case may be. Absolutely. You know, it's intricate. It wasn't a fad.
Absolutely. Such an inspiration. And what about you, Warren?
I always hesitate when asked how I landed here because I'm still wondering. This is about my fourth or fifth career. I dropped out of college 5 times or 6, depending on how you count. Each time was because I got really interested in some sort of business. First time had a house painting franchise. Second 2 times moved to LA in order to work in the music industry, start a booking agency. But along the way, I was acquiring these digital skills, not because I was trying to learn about digital skills, but because I had a business problem in front of me that I was trying to figure out how to solve.
Absolutely.
And then so you build your own solution to that and then move on. So finally, in my early 30s, I finally figured out what I wanted to do when I grew up, because I realized looking back that if I was in a sales position, if I was in an operations position, if I was starting or trying to launch a new company, I was a mediocre entrepreneur at best. And this is back when it wasn't cool to be an entrepreneur. So people would sort of ask, so what do you do? And I try to explain all these little different businesses I was involved with. They're like, so you're unemployed and you sleep on your parents' couch. I'm like, no, I sleep on my friend's couch. So I realized kind of like, but the one pattern was no matter where I landed, I was trying to build some sort of data solution to help me do my job better.
Right.
And then that's when the light bulb went off and went, oh, maybe I should look at this data as a career. So that's when I enrolled at UNLV it was a joint information technology and business program. And I thought, finally, I figured out my life, my path.
Yeah.
Then it was the summer of 2007, and I received a phone call from a friend who was traveling with, at the time, Senator Obama, who was trying to drum up support. No one knew who he was or what his name was, couldn't pronounce his name, where he was from. But he was trying to get Nevada organized because it was an early state for the first time and during the primary. So my friend invited me to this event, told me no one's gonna know who you are. So just blend into the background. Let's just say that after a case of mistaken identity, I was up on the stage where he was about to present and people thought I was someone else. I got busted by Secret Service at the end of the event, but then got to meet the senator at his meet and greet in the backyard with his staff. And that sort of kicked off this whole career where after volunteering for 1 hour and then a little bit more, I was out speaking with the data manager for the state of Nevada, talking about their processes, and he asked if I could help out on one of the questions I had. And I had never done any of the work before. Again, like dropped out of college so many times, but just by acquiring those skills through these businesses, I was game to try. Next thing I know, I was in Chicago running the 9 Western states, the data program for the 9 Western states in 2008. In 2012, I was on the Director of Strategic Projects, Special Projects for the Analytics team, and in between, I was Vice President Biden's first technology director in the White House. All of this simply from these small businesses acquiring these skills that I didn't even realize how valuable they would be when I started acquiring them and putting them together, and then actually having that sort of challenge. So that kicked off this career in politics for about the next decade.
Wow.
In 2012, of course, you know, my boss, the president, couldn't run anymore, so I did a lot of international work. And then I was working very closely with I was doing a lot of international consulting, but also working with nonprofits here locally and with political campaigns. And I realized at that time, I'd be working with these clients for months at a time, trying to help with their digital transformations early on, which is very hard to even begin where to start. But I had Microsoft as a client from 2014 to 2016. And the time that I would have another client that I would simply send an email off to Microsoft, and they would stand up, for example, I was working with this one NGO, international NGO, that was struggling. And within a matter of hours, Microsoft had formed this very, senior management team to come in and assist from a humanitarian action point of view, this organization that I just looked at and like, I have more of an impact connecting people to Microsoft resources and other tech company resources than I have actually trying to move the needle. So that's when I kind of realized like that's what I wanted to do. As a career. My wife got pregnant. I didn't want to travel anymore as much as I was traveling before. Reached out to Microsoft to see if any of their clients would need sort of some of my type of assistance. And then they pointed to the position I'm in today, which is, I feel it's like my dream career. But so today I literally have no quota. I'm the only person I think at Microsoft in Detroit here without a quota. But all they're saying, we have a whole bunch of resources over here. There's people in the community doing great and incredible work. And how can we help connect resources in a way that's going to empower folks who are trying to improve their lives, their businesses, and others. So
sounds like a perfect job.
It's a very straight line to this job, but no, very crooked line. But I think it's the same idea where it really is about the opportunities that are available in the digital economy. If you don't even realize what they are, and if you don't start, then you're not going to be in a position where 2, 3, 5 years from now, you're going to be in a position where you can really take advantage of the technology as it comes along. I accidentally stumbled across that path. It shouldn't be that hard. It should be very clear and very bright as here's exactly what you need to do. That's why I find the Google Business Program so inspiring, because you're literally out there working with these owners who might not know what's happening 2, 3 years from now, let alone what's happening today right in front of them. And then seeing that these really large companies are willing to put the time in and invest in coming alongside one-on-one with these businesses is really inspiring.
That's what's been amazing to me in preparing for this panel is as I did a little homework, it's like, oh, this exists and this exists.
Yeah.
So I completely hear you. I think it's phenomenal. And I'm sure our audience is going to learn more from you. So since the pandemic, how have you and your teams pivoted to change up the work you do and your business models? And how do you believe this is impacting, the Black businesses? And I know you've got a lot to share. So this time we're going to start with Warren.
Great. So I work with Microsoft Philanthropies, which is a part of the corporation. So a lot of large corporations have a separate foundation. Microsoft intentionally kept their philanthropic work within the company, so there'd be no barriers to reaching across and able to grab resources.
Perfect.
So one of the pivots that we had made right away was working with the nonprofits who are supporting residents' businesses in the areas. Was before we had grants that we had given with specific goals or programs in mind, but with COVID realized that now it's a matter of survival. So we removed all of the restrictions on those grants and turned them into general operating grants just to help with that. And that actually then started the thinking along, well, what else can we do? Today, Microsoft is launching programs based around the trust-based philanthropy, where instead of coming in with the traditional funder and then grantee type of relationship where there's a really power dynamic, instead it was, let's find people who are doing great work. Let's give them grants that are open-ended, general operating grants, multiple years, so that way they don't have to worry about re-upping each year. Let's make that commitment to that partner to show that we're serious about them being a partner and that we trust that they know what to do with those funds better than us. So that was step number one, these general operating multi-year grants. Step number two was, well, what can we do to help out those businesses and those nonprofits? We're taking the same model both from our customer side, but then also from our philanthropic side. And that's the digital transformation piece. Right? And that's a piece that's so critical to businesses today is how is it that we can come alongside and look at where you're at today, no matter where you are in your digital transformation path. If you're analog and I just lost all my foot traffic, but I don't even have a website, I've been kind of using my Facebook page to launch some things. What do those next steps look like? So there's been a lot of effort in how we can help with the cash flow situation. Specifically for small businesses, Microsoft has freed up $50 million to help with access to capital for those small businesses, as well as coming alongside our partners. So those partners who are helping other businesses, those consultants, those firms, those boutique firms that are helping other customers use Microsoft technology, they now have access to $50 million in investment in loans, as well as another $20 million in cash in order to help them get through the cash crunch. So a lot of the efforts that Microsoft has changed or pivoted went from very specifically, here is what we want you to do with our platform or our product, to we need to help you get through this time financially, and then what can we do with digital transformation to help your digital transformation along your path, no matter where you're at.
Perfect. That's awesome. Katrina, how about you and Google?
Remind me of the question. Look,
I know, I did the same thing.
I was like,
That's
wait a
on
minute.
me. I actually looked at the camera. That was on me. I did that.
Just
My
remind me
apologies.
again.
This was how did your work team pivot and change what they were working on?
So, for me, it was very personal for a couple reasons. So again, very fortunate to have this position with Google where I am, coaching and doing all this training, but I am still an entrepreneur first, in all honesty. So it's, but I've always existed like that. So it wasn't anything abnormal to me. But what was scary was, again, working for a Google, working for a Microsoft, when you have communication that starts happening before the world reacts, I knew how bad it was. And I was actually finishing up a cohort of small businesses that I had adopted and said, hey, let me intentionally drill down and focus down on you guys. It was actually the Livernois small businesses on businesses on Livernois Ave. And, I'm going to say shout out, but yeah, definitely a shout out and support to Rufus Bartell, who owns Simply Casual clothing store right there in the corner, has been a staple, their cousins, chicken and waffle, all of that. So anchor in the community. He actually being part of the Retailers Association there, he brought that organization. We made a kind of, hey, Rufus, how can I work with some of the small businesses there? I was actually going through and finishing up their cohort when it shut down. And I internally just felt so happy that I had just finished, I think we had went 4 weeks or 5 weeks, and we had went through digital strategy. They all had ran an ad. It wasn't a significant amount of money, but it was just the fact that I knew they at least had to know all of what do you do? Your account is already set up. If they needed to call me, they could. So that was a big deal for me. And then at the same time, what we end up having to be was cheerleaders for fear. So I remember during that, so when COVID really hit and everything shut down, I had one of my webinars already scheduled. Gwen Jameer, who is phenomenal. She's a Black business owner who owns Naturalicious. She actually just won EY's Small Business Midwest Entrepreneur of the Year. She's also my friend. So I was so happy to have her come and speak because I was drained. We were already listening to emails, watching the news. So from January, February, I was aware, like, I don't think this is going to go so well. But we had no idea of it not going well in America. It's different when you are talking about global. We've seen global impact and devastation, but it had never really hit America in its totality, right? So I remember actually having the webinar. It was and I remember inside being so scared. I remember I wanted to cry because I didn't even want to do the webinar because I was tired. I was mentally on edge because we were dealing with the life. Like we didn't even know what life was going to look like. So the panic of buying food. My daughter was a senior in high school. That's the impact of what COVID did to seniors in high school is still that would be one of the most impactful things that hurt my children, especially my senior daughter, her whole year wiped away. So I'm dealing with school digital, work digital, every component of life having to go digital, but still keep my head up. And Gwen got online and she gave one of the best events and webinars and motivations. And at the beginning, when everything happened, having the opportunity to bring business owners who were still operating through fear, Gwen focused. She talked about her audience and she actually was like, I'm excited. I remember being on the call like, Gwen, you are special. And I am glad you're my friend because you just gave me hope. Like it was so for us, or for me, the work group, we had to really still keep hitting our goals. We still had to train businesses. People were calling us and we still had to be that while all of this was happening with so much uncertainty. So it was a lot, but I can honestly say we tripled in terms of exposure. A lot of people came to the courses. We were not experiencing online fatigue yet. So everybody was still very excited to learn and ask questions and what should I do and all of those things. So for me, and being a Google Digital Coach, our program was everything that it needed to be in that moment. It was a true testament of being able to support the community, but at the same time, to really also hold it up, and lift it at the same time. So I felt very privileged and still do feel very privileged and fortunate because I was there at the ground floor. And I just knew for those businesses, it was one of those times like, see, I told you the internet is okay. Because you deal with the businesses that, well, I'm just using my Facebook page. And let's just say sometimes in some of my trainings, I give tough love. Like, well, that's not acceptable. You need to do these things so you can properly
for
compete.
sustainability.
Yeah, like I want you to be able to compete. Right. You have to understand that this is now a requirement. It's not a luxury.
Right.
So to see all of this unfold, some of that tough love that I will often, have, of course, in a very loving way and jokingly way, but it resonated. And I've had a couple of times where people are like, Katrina, if I hadn't attended that class, or I'm glad I did at least this because at least I felt comfortable, or at least it was a lot of, okay, so I knew foundationally the program was performing and I was doing what I needed to do for the Detroit community, because that's very specific. I am focused on the Detroit small business community as my counterparts in each city, major city. They're focused on their, communities because we know them.
Right. And so I think this is a perfect segue because, again, as I was researching both of your backgrounds, and I found the Google Coach, and Grow Your Business with Google. It is an amazing treasure trove of digital training courses, and I am not sure that the community knows that much about it. And maybe I'd like to hear a little more feedback because there's tools, there's resources, and as a coach, are you comfortable with the awareness that's out there about the digital the Google
program.
The program, and I know you're in multiple cities, in primarily large cities. So from an African American entrepreneur standpoint, how and you said you're focused in Detroit. So can you give us a little bit of knowledge, and for people who, for our audience, maybe they don't have as much knowledge as some of us here in the room. So can you dig a little deeper into the program itself?
Sure. So Grow with Google is the arm of the Google arm of where this programming exists. So underneath Grow with Google, if you just go to growwithgoogle.com, and I think it's Grow with Google /coaches, digital coaches, that's specifically to our program. But the Grow with Google umbrella it provides training, snippets, apps, you name it, across the United States, online. And of course, when we resume back in person, we will have in-person training again. But that's pretty much where you can find personal webinars with coaches such as myself, which again is very targeted. Now, the Google Digital Coaches Program is also unique that it caters and supports the digital divide conversation with African Americans and Latinx. That is one of the things that really stands us apart, because even though you blanket, you kind of can blanket some digital trainings and conversations, there's a reason why there is such a wide gap in terms of why African Americans are not online in comparison to other demographic groups. There is a reason why Hispanic, Latinx communities don't translate in terms of certain type of courses versus others and those type of things. And that was all taken into account when the program was being built out with Christian Chill in its, infancy. Now that we're 3 years old, it's funny to say that. I'm like an old person on the team now. It's weird. I'm like, how is that possible? But so you go with Grow with Google, you literally can click through. They have app called Primer where you can download short snippets of courses and trainings that you can do, to everything from project management to, database management. So it levels up in terms of being able to go from basic digital skills to a little bit above that. And one of the things that's very unique for my program in Detroit specifically, and because of my background, I come from corporate. So before, even though I was an internet salesperson, that's all it was. I was a sales professional who happened to sell the internet. That was a very different conversation versus those now who have these digital marketing positions or these internet positions. No, I was a sales rep and I was treated like one. Okay. And with that evolution of having, that background, one of the big focuses for me, and as this program has evolved, is also to level up in terms of the conversations we have and what is needed. It is no longer an option to be on the internet. It's now understanding ROI. It's understanding the capacity and the power of what the internet can do for your business. And those are business objectives. Those are now you're getting into the real conversation of how does digital influence me doing business?
Yes.
And that is the next level. So I've become more focused on doing B2B conversations, higher revenue points. So I'm doing a mixture of mom and pop conversations and also, again, higher level B2B. Ironically, I'm pretty sure you might know. Do you know Corinda Washington? She worked in the White House. She's chief of staff over at Homeland Security. No,
I left in the first couple of years. So
okay, she was with Obama administration, but nonetheless, that's an example. I just recently had a conversation with Corinda Washington, again, Homeland Security chief of staff. She came on to specifically talk to small businesses looking to do business with the government and laid out specifically exactly what you need to do and how your website matters for your small business. So, you can find me directly, of course, through my direct link into the Detroit programming. But if you go with growwithgoogle.com, you can pretty much find videos and partners across the United States with a variety of in-person programming and also virtual recorded pre-programming, and then apps and other, websites and tutorials that you can find.
So if we stop now, and there's enough information, but we still have a few more questions. But I mean, that was just great information, and certainly it will be beneficial to our audience, I am sure. So I'm going to go over to Warren here and talk a little bit about automated intelligence, or AI, which is, that ability to train computers to do our work, which is a little scary. However, how can Black entrepreneurs connect with Microsoft to learn about ways that potential AI solutions can help their companies? And is there a specifically dedicated organization that is inside of Microsoft working on those skills?
That's excellent. I feel like I can really relate. I wish I had Grow with Google back when I was trying to work with all of these different businesses in a sales capacity and operational capacity. Because a lot of the times, as you mentioned at the top, it was, how do we take what we're currently doing, which oftentimes is analog, or it's manual, or it's something that someone is doing, and make it easier for us to do that through an automated or an online or a digital fashion, not to replace me as a worker, but to free me up to then be able to do some of those higher level tasks that I wish I had more time to do. And the part that I didn't realize how valuable it would be was to have access to these tools. So I came into it always from trying to solve my business solutions. I didn't know where to begin. So the first thing I would do is I'd watch a video and just sort of get an idea as to what you can do. This is also before YouTube.
Right.
But lynda.com was like my source.
Oh, right,
I didn't even know where to go to. So like first, I don't even know what is possible. Then through Safari Books Online, which is a Riley Press, it would be like, great, now I know what my question is. Let me look at a book to try to figure out how to solve this very specific problem. And then when I'm just totally lost, I don't even know what question to ask, there's Experts Exchange or these online forums. So there's these very early ways of trying to figure out how to get to a solution when you start with a problem. The thing that I didn't realize at the time was the confidence I was gaining by tackling one small thing that was in front of me, and then over time, how those amassed to where I became a technologist. And that's why I love the Grow with Google program in that sense, because it provides that very, very clear, distinct path that I wish I had. So very similar, I'm excited about what Microsoft, LinkedIn, and GitHub have combined in order to, as a response to COVID, we know that the Black and African American community, especially businesses, are disproportionately affected by COVID and by the economic repercussions. What could we do not only from the technology side for the digital transformation, but for those workers, for those staff, for those employees who now need to learn new skills in order to help their businesses, in order to help find ways to succeed or grow. So if you go to opportunity.linkedin.com, it's the first place where it really pulls together what can we do for the person on the front line who's trying to learn new skills or upskill what they were doing, and then connect that back to the businesses that are doing hiring for these positions that they're not even sure what a data scientist does or what they could do for their business, but where do you start, right? So you need to start somewhere, start opportunity.linkedin.com. And from there, you'll see
opportunity.linkedin.com. Okay.
You'll see different paths of that might be relevant to your business, such as how do I develop my website a little bit better? How do I do some of the graphics design as well as coding or what have you? But the thing that I like about that program is it pulls together those three elements of the videos, the detailed book explanations, and then the place where I can just ask some experts some open-ended questions when I'm not really sure, and puts it into one place. But does so where it's connecting those employers who are also needing to hire folks who are equipped with these new skills, or take their current existing workforce and upskill them into these new roles. It gives them a path as well to see how to attract and train that talent that they need to be competitive in the digital economy.
Excellent, excellent. I'm learning as I go. I mean, almost every question. I'm going to throw this one to Katrina. Google just recently awarded 2 Black-owned Detroit startups $50,000 in grants. I saw that in Cranes. And can you talk a little bit about Google for Startups Black Founders Fund? That's where the funds came for this, and share information with the audience and all of those startups that are out here that, will be knocking on the door.
Well, that program actually sits a little bit differently up underneath all of the umbrellas. That's one of the things. Google has quite a few, I guess you could say, divisions or umbrellas. But one of the great things about that, just recently awarded, her name is Jewel, who is actually now over Google for Startups North America. She actually, I've known her for years because she was actually part of the development of some of the supplier diversity and different things like that with Chris Gentile. So excellent, just years and years of experience. And what she was able to do and kind of bring to the forefront, of course, that world was evolving, but with her in position now, they're being very, very strategic and intentional about the type of small businesses that are applying. She herself actually had a small business where she sold to Amazon. So she has had a phenomenal, kind of entrepreneur, corporate back to entrepreneur, back to Google type of career. And through her, advisement now, part of this fund is awarding, funds in terms of the startup. So you're looking at being at a level of, number one, Google for Startups is looking for you to be performing to a certain level. Actually, I don't know all of the requirements. Some of them have changed. Now, I'm very excited to say one of the winners actually is a friend of mine, Allergy. They're really to be in that health tech, thin, kind of financial, but technically, and he has a lot going on, but they were one of the winners and consistently have really been pounding the pavement over the last several years, being in pitch competitions, having your business plan together, knowing where you're really going in direction. So Google for Startups is really looking for businesses who have a clear, defined business model and ready to start transitioning. They have a lot coming down the pipe, to be honest with you. I don't even know everything. That was one of the first. That was one of the first that we all got wind of having everyone apply. So I was sending out to friends like, hey, Google's giving away money. I advise you to apply. It's a little competitive these days. And, they really did a great turnaround in terms of when, even with COVID, that was in the works before COVID. Yeah, Jewel was actually hired before COVID hit. So she was in that position already, making everything kind of get rolling, but definitely, the financial need and awareness, COVID, of course, was able to exacerbate that. And that was one of the good things because, of course, now African Americans and other minority communities really are getting the attention that was needed before, but it is now being properly addressed in so many areas.
Right. Finally coming to fruition.
Yeah.
So is it an annual or?
As of right now, from what I understand, it's not just annual. There are different components. So that was a component where, yes, you would submit for that competition, and that was part of that fund. There are going to be a ton of resources coming out of Google for Startups. Everything from their own training, mentorship, additional funding and programming. So that's ever evolving too. Google is really great about pivoting. I can honestly say, and again, a testament to our program and what Chris was able to design and where the program is now. It was iterations. Like my role now, I remember 3 or 4 iterations of what it was before it came to be what it is now. Right. And I believe one of the awesome things that corporations are doing to get it right, I truly believe in, my excitement about the role was, I said, okay, a lot of corporations talk, but they're really authentically trying to get it right. And when you really try to authentically get it right, that includes the people who live in those communities. Right. And with all of that happening at the same time, when things don't go right, they don't really get hung up on it. I can honestly say, even for our program, it's, evaluate, let's go, let's pivot, let's adjust. So, as they call them it, sprints. We're constantly in sprint mode. So it seems so the evolution of the program is really happening now. So it started one way, but where it is now with Jewel again, as over North America and definitely moving that forward, it's definitely taking ground and root in some places that we didn't even know. So to be honest with you, I'm just as surprised sometimes, like, oh, is that what they're doing? Oh my God, that is so nice. So, it's one of those things where you're aligned, but it is actually a different division, right? That's happening. But yeah, just to recap though, looking for clarity in your business, looking for, being able to know the audience that you're going after, fitting into one of those startup communities and different things like that. And if you literally type in Google for startups, it'll come up, and there's a lot of information and fund information, how you can apply and how to stay connected to the programming that they're also developing.
Okay. Google for startups. Put that on your to-do list. So, and I think I heard you say this, Katrina, and obviously, certainly from Warren's background, but from each of your company's perspective, of each of your own life experience perspective, what are some incremental ways that a small business, let's say 6 employees,
okay,
and that's a service related business, could improve their digital footprint or technology right now, and assume they only have a Facebook page and a Google Map site? I'll start with you, Warren.
I appreciate the question, because I so often have been in that position, which is, how do you get the word out,
right,
about your business? And I think what tends to happen, or at least I used to, is I would look at the end result of what I saw a lot of these companies doing and think, oh, if I'm not doing the full 10 out of 10 digital play, then there's no point in me even getting involved. And that seemed like a really big barrier and was really hard to overcome. One of the things that helped me move whichever businesses I was working with at that time along the transformation was just to look at what's immediately in front, right? So number one, not to get intimidated by all the things that you can do when it comes to digital, tech, et cetera. But number one, take an honest assessment of where we are at right now. Yeah. And what's the very next thing that we can do that's just gonna help us communicate or get the word out there a little bit better. So if I am that business where I have just that Facebook page, the first thing I want to do is I want to make sure I do go to all of the different places where people look up things, like on the maps, and you'll say, Google Map, do you own this business, right? So the first thing is to take the places where people are already looking to connect with businesses and make sure that your presence is available there. Those platforms across the board make it really easy for businesses to update their information. And even just taking that step, again, gets you along that path to where the next thing you know, well, great, well, now let's take a look at our website. We don't have a website. Well, what's the easiest step to get a website up, where we're just, again, providing our information to make it easier for folks to learn about what we offer and contact us? Those little steps add up very quickly to the point where then you would be surprised at how quickly you are now looking at your past customer list and then having hot lists where you're able to look who has you haven't heard from in the last 3 months, call them first, figure out really creative ways to bring new traffic into the door and to retain your existing clientele. But really, it's all about taking that next step right in front of you and to not get too intimidated by all that can be done.
Right.
And the other thing I would really definitely encourage is reach out. Right. When I was first doing this work, like a decade ago, there was no one, these companies had no ways to plug into. Now there are so many ways it's impossible for us to keep a track on top of.
Right.
So really just to look at reaching out to help. Here in Detroit, we're really fortunate to have Tech Town, which is an innovation hub for small, medium-sized businesses. There are innovation hubs or small business hubs in so many different areas who are looking to help plug you into resources that are available, and you can provide that guidance. So I definitely would encourage reaching out as well to those hubs that can help you along your tech journeys.
So, and same question, and how easy is it for someone to create a website as well? Because I think that, to your point, you don't have to go from A to Z. It's just A to A and a half, or 1 to 1 and a half, one step at a time. So how, is there help on creating a website?
There is a tremendous amount of help. The heavy lifting of creating websites does not exist anymore.
Okay.
I mean, at a very minimum, to be able to buy your domain name, to be able to use a free platform. Google has free websites. Many of these companies now, you can create a free website if it's your basic about me, what you sell, products and services, and how to contact someone. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing for you to do online is to understand and identify your audience. You have to understand who you're talking to. It is not your responsibility as a small business owner to tell the consumer what they need to do. No, your responsibility is to understand what they're looking for and adjust yourself accordingly. The business owner is not in control. You are actually solving and serving the community and their needs. So that's what happened. And truly, when I was working for autotrader.com, that would be some of my biggest arguments. And let's just say, if you can sell to a car guy, you can sell to anybody. So, I couldn't be nice all the time with them. And I can remember telling one car sales guy, I said, listen to me. If you do not adjust to the internet, you all will go out of business. And by that time, he had pushed me to the edge. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna say what I want to say, because obviously you are. But I was saying that from a place of truth. I knew it then that if you did not conform or participate, you were going to lose out. And what they were afraid of, and the car industry experienced it first, was that they could no longer control the information about the cars. And that was the honest truth. Yeah. They no longer can you control that information. So what happens when you lose control? Who does the control go to? It went to the consumer. The consumer owns the conversation. So it is a small business owner's job to understand their audience and provide solutions for what they're looking for, and also develop new products and services to support them, especially in a space in a landscape where this average small business person will compete against Target. You will compete against Macy's, because a red shirt is a red shirt. So how do you define and segment and set yourself apart, where I would pay double for the red shirt at the local boutique versus, discounted on every other major platform in the world that is spending $1 million a month on advertising? That's a real thing. And the only way that you properly can compete again is understanding your audience, and also understanding that you don't need to sell to 10 million people. You need your customer base, no different than the brick and mortar of the, mile perimeter that went to that grocery store, that went to that salon, that, so it's actually giving that smaller intimacy, connectivity dynamic. It actually exists again. And you just need to understand it just exists in a different reality, which is a virtual reality of being online. So there's no excuse for you not having a website. And if you don't, that's okay. But understand you own your data through your website.
Right. Exactly.
www.KatrinaTurnbow.com is my information. Katrina.com, Katrina Turnbow on Facebook, on Instagram, on all these other platforms, technically is their data. Right. So they decide what they release to you in terms of information. It is our responsibility as a small business owner to understand your data, what you can control, and how do you own it. And I just tell people often, like, there is no excuse, and you must do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it's not difficult. It may seem a little scary, but it's the responsibility as a business owner for you to do that. So I, again, tell people, well, you need to make a decision what type of business, what business do you want to be in? Or do you want to be in business? Because many businesses thrived, and the only reason they lived or survived is because they had a digital footprint. I'm pretty sure there are some businesses right now that went out of business, and they wonder, if I had been online, if I had been able to just, if they could have just known that I was open,
right?
Would that been the determining factor of life or death of that business? Right. And that is really the season and the space that we live in. So, but it's your audience and data. If you can get that part down, you will figure out the rest. Everything else will come along, but have a website. Make sure that you know who you're talking to, and continue to refine that, and the rest will take care of itself.
Right. And you can't talk to everyone. You
can't.
Whatever your market is, whatever your product or service is, right? Mm-hmm. And that's excellent. So how, and both of you are working for fabulous companies, but with respect to, social justice, and I know you alluded to it a little bit with Microsoft, and Google is sprinting. What are you doing from a social justice standpoint? You mentioned your daughter who was not able to, have a high school graduation ceremony. So are there opportunities for scholarships for rising freshmen? And what about those college students who graduated this year and some of their jobs were reneged on? Are there anything going on under your social justice, and particularly for underrepresented
people, our folks? You can go on.
Microsoft is very progressive in this space. And this didn't come out of a business interest. This came out of the lived experiences of employees working in suburbs in Seattle around Redmond and their experiences that they were having in those neighborhoods. And so in 2017, Microsoft really first started really intentionally and deliberately looking at ways to activate their brand power and resources for the betterment of the lived experience of their Black and African American employees. That really started work in the social justice space. As a result of COVID really highlighting the impact that this does have on the Black and African American experience, plus the social demonstrations of these lived experiences, it's given Microsoft the ability or the opportunity to talk publicly about what they've been doing quietly. For a while. So for example, with specifically addressing social justice reform as a systemic issue that needs to be addressed, Microsoft recommitted $50 million over the next 5 years for efforts that it was already doing to help improve policing methodology by leveraging data technology in order to ensure fair and equitable practices, as well as helping to identify areas where interventions or diversions in the system could help prevent some of the escalations that were happening, not only in face-to-face interactions, but also through sentencing and through the entire pipeline. And then also how Microsoft could be helpful to those partners trying to influence public policy. Trying to improve, so sort of on all those levels. But that really did start from the efforts to improve the lives that Microsoft's employees were having. Coming out of here as well, sort of redoubling down, we've also seen Microsoft make another commitment to its high school program to teach computer science or to recruit professionals to go into the classrooms to assist the teachers in teaching of computer science classes where before, the schools alone might not have had those internal resources. And so very deliberately looking at how do we increase, which we're already serving predominantly African-American schools, but very intentionally now looking at how do we increase that number across the US by another 620 high schools that before weren't offering computer science, but being able to come alongside those schools and now make the comp sci AP courses available. As well, there's Microsoft has been very active in rural and international markets, bringing broadband and low-cost devices into communities. Up to this point, haven't been as active in urban areas. So again, Microsoft sort of took this opportunity to bring the Airband program that has had such success in providing access, affordability, and higher rates of adoption of technology into urban areas intentionally, particularly where there already might be a lot of providers and a lot of opportunities for devices. But we look here at Detroit. Detroit does not have a single technology retailer in the city of Detroit. Not a Best Buy, not a Walmart, not a Staples, not in the city of Detroit. So then how is it that we're supposed to, if we can't even go down the street to purchase a piece of technology or a device, it doesn't matter if I have 4 or 5 or 6 internet service providers, if I don't even have the ability to connect and online, and that creates a barrier, which again then also creates challenges when businesses are trying to look to hire. And then so we're really leaning into that work to be better and smarter at that work. And then sort of lastly, let's take a look at those nonprofits, those Black-led, Black-serving nonprofits, and what are we doing in order to more fully support them? So this is a program that I'm actually personally working on right now, which is Microsoft has made a commitment to, and we just selected the first cohort of 50 nonprofits that will be receiving $100,000 each year over 3 years, no strings attached, general operating expenses, that are providing skilling opportunities, Black-led nonprofits that are providing skilling opportunities to Black-serving communities, and then coming alongside them, partnering with them to make sure that we help and assist with their organization's digital transformations, and then they are co-designing on their own with our assistance how do they network together as national leaders and then help improve their experience that they're having and extend that to the other thousands of nonprofits that are supporting our communities that we hope will lead to better and more fair racial equity outcomes.
Wow, that's awesome.
To start.
That's a pretty large start. That's a pretty large start. What about Google, Katrina?
Well, I don't sit underneath the corporate affairs umbrella. However, after you saying all that, I need to go back and check a little bit further. But for the things that I am aware of, number one, a lot of things, how Google gets a lot of things out to the community are actually led by employee resource groups internally. So internal groups and initiatives. So one thing that I have seen a tremendous amount of effort from so many individualized groups are opportunities to participate in terms of connecting with the community, within certain communities, providing resources, teaching and training ongoing. Prior to COVID actually, happening, there was a significant amount already happening in terms of trying to support nonprofits, those employee resource groups coming out personally, being able to do some programming. There are scholarship and job opportunities and, just ongoing learning for high school students, internships or whatnot, that have occurred. And from what I can still see that will continue to occur. As it relates to specifically, dedication, there was an umbrella commitment of $100 million from Google in terms of supporting specifically the African-American community in terms of its overall development, which did include some of those social justice initiatives. Exactly how they have it broken out, I'm not fully aware of and don't want to misspeak. So I do know, though, it falls up underneath some of those initiatives that align with the entrepreneurship in addition to very specific nonprofits and other organizations in terms of developing education and also interacting with, organizations that support social injustices. And that's across the board. So some of it I do know is actually still in the planning. I get a significant amount of internal resources and opportunities to sign up. And, they come from a pretty high level of how they're distributing information across all of Google, globally.
Right.
So being even, internationally, some of the initiatives to support what's happening here, we tend to America being, the land of milk and honey. But at the same time, I believe this is the time that the world was able to say, hey, America, you just might need a little help too.
Exactly.
We may have some resources or some models that may work for you all, even though it has always been that America is the, pillar of to what life should be.
Right.
And I believe COVID also exposed that, we're a nation that is not perfect and as strong and as great as we are, we still have our flaws, and how do we all come together? So from a global standpoint, that's probably been one of the things that I've noticed and been most impressed with in terms of Google's global connectivity in terms of supporting initiatives again, around the globe and how that translates internally. So Google's internal core starts there, and then they kind of disseminate out significantly in terms of how those resources are allocated.
Awesome. That again, go to Google, go to Microsoft, and you can get more information. Just a couple of more questions here. We're in the home stretch, but given both of your rich and diverse backgrounds, procurement, multiple continents, your breadth,
the 40 or so
and
different careers.
deep, that's right. What is the next tech thing that you see that you would say our Black entrepreneurs need to be aware of or need to be engaged in or on the lookout? And if there is an what do we need to do as a community to level up, elevate our skills?
Okay, where do you start?
And if there's, I know the last 5 years we've talked a lot about disruptive technologies. Every year we change what that looks like,
Totally.
and right. So, is there anything that either of you would like to share with the audience?
So it's funny because tech, we tend to be forward thinking and thinking of what's the new bright shiny object.
Right.
But the thing that I tend to go back to in tech when it relates to businesses of any size is technology isn't the new thing that you need to do. It's just a new way of doing the things that you've already have always done. So what I'm about to say might not sound forward thinking, but it seems to be where, at least when I see folks interacting as customers and as friends talking to friends or what have you, is what's going to take the least amount of time. So I think back to the day where, and I'm intentionally pausing a bit so they can do the editing and chop some of the stuff out. So I think like right now, if anyone calls me on my phone, I kind of get annoyed. I'm like, why did you just send me a text? Right? Because at some point, texting became quicker than answering the phone. Mm-hmm. And very similarly, with the birth of my daughter, I've been fortunate that I have a great mother-in-law who I always look at her and she talks about how she doesn't use tech and how she's not good at tech. But the thing that I notice about her is she records and uses voice message in order. So she doesn't even text, she uses voice message. Why? Because it's quicker and easier. And then we think about the number of times that right now where in order to find what a business is offering, we need to go online or search online, et cetera. But at some point, we're just gonna speak and ask. So if we wanted to get ahead of the curve, it would really be tapping into what are we doing for those voice platforms where people are seeking information and ensuring that our businesses are forefront on those devices. So that way, when someone is no longer going to a web browser to type in to look for their information directly, but they're using their voice, the first businesses that come up are the ones that are going to serve them best, which are the businesses that are folks who are watching this right now.
I think that's so interesting because when my 19-year-old granddaughter is with me and actually when she was 18, Nana, you text so slowly. So now I do exactly what your mother-in-law. I speak my text and correct it and send it out. So now
you can confidently say that you are ahead of the curve and you are setting the stage for future generations.
For future generations. Thank you. What about you, Katrina? What do you see the next it?
Yes. Voice activation is everything. Voice activation is also trackable. A lot of people don't realize that as speaking into a device, it is AI happening and it's learning and all of the sophistication that allows it to help improve your life, or so it says. So there's a lot that goes into that, but actually that's the truth. It happened to me this morning. I had 2 conference calls driving in the midst of, my morning, and I went to text, and in my brain, I just said, why don't you just talk to the phone? But it's an old habit of mine that I just need to. So I'm also converting over in terms of speaking into devices more often. And it's very cool to see because having teenagers and a 10-year-old, my youngest daughter actually seamlessly talks to devices. And my oldest daughter, who's 18, actually said to her one day, it is almost weird how comfortable you are talking into these devices, because she still has an element of old school, right? That is related to her. But my youngest daughter has no awareness. Her world is totally talk to devices and they talk back and do all these things. And that is her normal. Yeah. So definitely voice activation is huge. It's everything. It's where life is going. It is already there. In addition to that, everybody is not an entrepreneur. That's probably one of the bigger things that I talk to my audiences about who are entrepreneurs. Oftentimes I start my trainings and say, I am providing you information that you will not use yourself. As a CEO, your responsibility is to find people to do them for you. And I believe we don't also have those conversations of helping people to and reminding them, especially when it comes to technology and specifically digital marketing, that they don't have to take that because it's still a new industry, right? Even though, again, it is the same techniques, just through a different medium, right? So now we got the internet and all that type of thing. But the importance of that is what I learned of being in this space of IT and also working for IT staffing company, which was, again, instrumental in my development. And that it goes out to W3R Consulting and the guys over there. But the jobs of the skill sets of the future, you can prepare for, you cannot prepare for the jobs of the future. They're not even created. The jobs that you will have 5 to 10 years right from now, they do not exist. So what do you do in order to properly position yourself to compete? You have to have the skill set that you can build on top of that. So that is big for small businesses too. I'm not asking you to be Amazon, but what I am asking you to understand that logistics and reporting is a real thing for your company.
Right.
You need to understand that talking into your devices, you need to understand that every company is a software company to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You have to understand that you need to monitor your emails and understand what a database looks like and why it's important to go back to those customers, because the 100 that you have, 50% of them probably will be repeat buyers.
For sure.
So those are the type of things that are more important to me, is being prepared not only as a business owner, but the workforce and moving outside of the job mentality. Again, you know, we will see flying cars probably in a common society platform, you know, type of, you know, world, right? It may be towards the end of my life, but nonetheless, I am very confident that we will have, you know, flying or hovering. I'll just call them hovering cars. So
won't be quite Jetson, but almost there.
Yeah, almost there. Everything else we've accomplished in the Jetsons, everything else we got covered,
including the vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum cleaner and talking to robots or whatnot. So yeah, those are the big ones. Talking to devices, preparing the skill sets that you need to understand to be prepared for whatever this world emerges to, and understanding logistics. You have to, we live in this logistical world, so you have to understand A, B, C to D to make it all work for you too.
That's an exceptional comment.
May I double click on Katrina's point there, because I thought it was really valuable. Another kind of barrier that I found myself in the past putting in front of me when I was trying to look at what the next step was for my business's next digital part of the digital transformation was I was intimidated. I would look at the platforms and think, oh, I wasn't the first one on YouTube, so now I'm so far behind.
Right?
And there's
Oh,
no
yes.
point, or there's no chance of ever catching up.
Yes.
The thing that now we've seen these new technologies that aren't even existing, but number one, it's never too late, because what you learn on the current platform will serve you for whatever the next new one is coming along.
Good
right?
point.
YouTube then became Facebook, then became Instagram, is now TikTok. There's never too late to start learning, to get comfortable with the medium, and then to be better prepared for when that new technology comes along, especially when it comes to marketing. Because here's the other thing that we also notice, when these new platforms come out, all of the marketers, and let's face it, the older folks, we make fun of it. I remember I resisted getting on Facebook for the longest of time. And then I was on it, and then I remember how aghast I was when my father got on it.
And then you got off.
And then exactly right. And then it became the next thing, and then the next thing. So the eventually marketers will catch up and ruin anything good. So you don't have to be so intimidated by the millions of dollars that are being spent by the large companies now on these really well-known platforms, because they came in late. They're going to come in late on whatever the next new thing is. And that really is that opportunity for small businesses and mid-sized businesses to sort of like get that attention before marketers ruin it, and to be ready and prepared for whatever comes next out. So you're just, the way you framed how you're not learning the job that's going to be there for 5 years, but you're preparing yourself with those skills and the comfort level and the understanding to take advantage of the next wave when it comes, just really resonated with me. And I love the way you said that.
Thank you.
That was perfect. I mean, you guys have been just awesome. So I'm going to ask, do you have any final thoughts that you want to share with the audience on the digitization of Black businesses, and or anything that you felt that I have not asked that you really want to leave the audience with? And I'll go ladies first.
You can't break the internet.
You can't break the internet.
You can't break it. Like, people are same thing. Oh my God, if I get on, and then what? You cannot break it. You're not going to break it. Whoever breaks the internet is probably not going to be you. It's not. It's just the chances of that happening are real slim. So explore. It is okay. Try it. It's not going to break. It's not going. Okay, you can hurt some things, but do everything with, with responsibility, and it'll be just fine. It's okay. Explore. Find out what works for you. Be okay with asking questions. As I have matured in business, and I think in life, one of my bigger pet peeves now, I realize how many people are simply afraid to ask the question. And I, for the life of me, of course, I'm a very extrovert type person, But my entire life was, well, if you don't ask a question, how am I supposed to fix it? Or how am I supposed to understand what I'm supposed to do if I am having my own Oscar award-winning movie in my head? Because it's 9 times out of 10, that is the wrong version of whatever life is presenting. So just try. It's okay. And no, you're not going to be, the YouTube example. We always say this as a digital marketer, nobody cares about you. But that's okay, because it's your job to make the world realize that you are a wonderful performer. Give your best and understand and just put it out there with confidence, with excitement, and don't get so caught up on, oh, it's not this, I'm not that. What if they don't? That has existed in every field, platform, moment of evolution. That will never go away. So do you have to become comfortable? Yes, you do. Is it something new for you? Probably so. But what's better than knowing that if you didn't do it right the first time and you didn't like it, do it again, delete the other one. It's okay. It is okay to start again and keep trying until you get it right. Because what you do last year as you develop, you're going to look at that and think, oh God, what was I? Did I have that on? That's the version, as my mother would say, I can't believe we wore that. I cannot believe that I wore that. Well, it's no different in technology now. If you record a video a year from now, you're going to look back and say, I can't believe I look like that. I can't believe I said that. But it's a place of you have to start somewhere. So just start. Just start.
I think that's a great point, because even with a website, and you said that they're easy to create. And so if you don't like it, it's just hit delete and start all over. It's not as hard as it used to be.
One of the bigger caveats, now this was a big one during COVID, I'll add this, and why I said, no, you must have a website, because on many of these applications for funding, they do not ask you for your Facebook URL. What is your website page? You are still operating in a business, formal, corporate environment. There are even certain data and privacy issues that you can't even submit certain information to companies. It is not legal for them to obtain certain information. So it's so many things now, that have gray areas. Your website, you own your data, you own your identity. So you can't even apply to some of these grants if you do not even have a website. If it is one page of who you are, what you do, so be it. But at least you were able to submit the application.
Yeah. So that's a great pearl. You must have a website.
Have a website. If you are interested in doing real business, if you are running a real business and this is not a hobby, I unapologetically tell you, you must have a website.
Perfect. And what about you? What would you like to leave us with, Warren?
So I actually have 2 points, because of course, after hearing Katrina, I wanted to again double click on something that you had said.
So we're friends now, right?
And you didn't even have to go to Facebook for that.
Or grow literally on the same block.
Right.
Sorry, inside joke.
Oh yeah.
Cut, check, edit. But what I wanted to definitely, not only will you not break the internet, you also won't break your business.
Yes.
The commonality that we've seen through COVID with businesses of all sizes, Microsoft through clients big and small, and with, I think across the industry, I don't want to speak for everyone, but the commonality seemed to have been customers or clients who were working on their digital transformation thought it would take many months or years. And we're doing a lot of deliberate planning to be intentional about that, and that's fine. COVID came around and work at home, learn from home became a very real need. So coming out of it, the feedback that we started receiving across the board was, number one, the thing we were planning on doing over 2 years, we did in 2 months. And nothing broke.
And nothing broke.
We didn't break our business. Not only did we not break the internet, we also didn't break our business. But then what that did do, which is I think back to your friend, I think it was Gwen, your friend Gwen, she was forward thinking, was like, wow, we just did that 2 years and 2 months and nothing broke. What else can we do? Right? That aspirational blue sky when it comes to. So I just love the way you said that. The original point I was wanting to make before I got so inspired by Katrina's point was the tech companies who want to help with these transformations, it's authentic, right? So like the thing we often think of these big tech companies are this machine over the side, and it seems like they don't care because it's so hard to get a hold or get in contact with people. There's so many options that they offer that where do we even begin?
Right.
They're made up of lots of people who do care, and it's that authenticity in the moment right now. So I think, for example, with this particular audience, I think of steps that Microsoft employees that have been able to launch in a very short time because Microsoft as an organization authentically cares when it comes to suppliers. For example, Microsoft is committed to doubling the number of Black suppliers in its own ecosystem in the next 3 to 5 years.
Yes.
Thing number one. So there's that new opportunity. So they realize it's access. Normally you need to know someone at these companies who knows someone who can get in. How do we open this and make that accessible to audiences that normally would feel intimidated to approach a tech company because they figure you need to know someone? So these companies are actively, authentically trying to find ways to reach out. Thing number two, for example, with partners or the ones who are using this technology to help other companies grow, there are corporations, consultants, clients. So again, Microsoft is leaning in and saying, how do we increase the number of Black-owned, African-American-owned partners who are helping companies and organizations with their digital transformations? We want to increase that number by 20% over 3 years. We're also going to bring in $50 million worth of funding to help with investments for cash flows, to help these Black and African-American owned partners as they grow, 20 million for cash flow issues. Like there's a lot of these companies are doing authentically to make it easier to gain access to the resources, either directly through them or indirectly through the professionals like Katrina who has her own boutique firm to plug into. So the help is there, it's authentic, and it's available right now more than it was more than ever. Now it's just a matter of connecting and leveraging the resources that these companies are offering.
Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think that we have gotten a wealth of information, and I know the audience has too. I'm sure you have been taking notes. I want to thank our exceptional panel. I've been excited just listening to them. Ms. Katrina Turnbow and Mr. Warren Flood, for all of the skills, all of the tools that you've given us and you've given the audience today for their continual improvement. And so I'd like to just say that as we talk about transitioning and going to digitizations, what we've talked about here is the need to always, with COVID coming in, it's the need to overhaul a process or overhaul how we do business. And COVID shut that down, and it was basically the perfect tsunami. Right? It was basically the perfect tsunami where everyone had to stop and rethink their business. And I think you said it, Katrina, we know that businesses went under because they couldn't pivot. They didn't have the opportunities or the skills or, ways of bringing people in. So I just really want to thank you all. And I want to leave you with a quote. And again, one of the mottos for this session is the revolution will not be televised, it'll be digitized. And so I want to leave you and end with a final quote from Eric Pearson, the CIO of International Hotel Groups. And I think our panelists alluded to this really well. It is no longer the big beating the small, but the fast beating the slow. And so I hope that you enjoy the rest of the Supplier conference, and thank you.
It's coming in to catch up with the owner. The curated collection you can't find anywhere else. And how she sets aside those pieces she knows are so you. The small details are a big reason to come back and shop your favorite small businesses. We know them. We love them. So let's go shop small with American Express.
We're here for it all. Day 1 to year 100. The times you remember and things you'd rather leave behind. Standing by for the late nights, the midday surprises, and everything in between. We're here for it all, and always will be. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Confidence comes with every card.
Hello, my name is Barbara Whitaker, and I am one of the managing partners of T3 Innovation Strategists. I have the awesome honor of introducing our keynote speaker for today, someone I have worked with and admired for many, many years, Mr. Burt Jordan. Burt Jordan is a recently retired vice president of Ford Motor Company, where he was responsible for global purchasing operations and sustainability. In his roles at Ford, Burt was responsible for the procurement and strategies for over $90 billion in goods and services, which is more than about 100 of the smallest countries in the world in GDP. Burt's stellar career, largely in the automotive industry, took him to places all over the world. He spent several years working in the Asia-Pacific region for Ford and Mazda. Burt built his career through roles at Toyota, United Technologies, and General Motors, which is where I first met Burt. Even early on, you could see the drive he had to want to make a difference in how business works for African Americans. In addition to his normal job responsibilities at Ford Motor Company, Burt has been a driving force behind Ford's supplier diversity and inclusion activities. His work has been recognized by several organizations, including On Wheels Magazine's Most Influential African American Men in the Automotive Industry, Automotive News, All-Star for Minority Business, Rainbow Push, Emerging Leaders, and the Michigan Minority Development Council. Earlier this year, he was named the 2020 CPO of the Year by the National Minority Supplier Development Council, which recognized his impactful leadership within the Ford Motor Company, as well as within the larger supplier diversity community. Burt Jordan has a degree in business administration from Alma College, and he was appointed to the United States Air Force Academy. He's on the board of directors of Focus Hope and the Boys and Girls Club of Southwestern Michigan. So it is with great pleasure that I give you Burt Jordan, a true champion of the growth and development of Black businesses.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And as I get started, I want to thank Barbara for that stirring welcome. One of the things Barbara didn't say as she introduced me was that she was the very first executive in charge of the department I worked for at General Motors in my very first job. And I want to thank her for the mentorship and friendship she's given me over the years. So with that, hello to the 120,000 members of the National Business League. Also, before I get started, I want to thank Thomas Dorsch, the chairman, and Dr. Ken Harris, the president and CEO of the National Business League. I want to thank the honorary chairs, Adrian Trimble, president and CEO of the National Minority Supplier Development Council, Charlie Williams, chairman of MPS Group, David Bird, the national director for the Minority Business Development Agency, Rick Wade, senior VP of U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and Sharon Patterson, the president and CEO of the $1 Billion Roundtable. I would also like to thank the event sponsors, Amex, DTE, Fiat Chrysler, Flagstar Bank, my alma maters, Ford and General Motors, Huntington Bank, MPS Group, and another one of my alma maters, Toyota. I'm honored to be here with you all today to speak on the COVID-19 economic recovery and the digital evolution for Black businesses. This conference for Black businesses comes at a pivotal moment in our history. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the past, present, and future for Black business. I'll give you some of my thoughts and reflections on what I think we need to do as a community to move us forward as Black people. 2020 has been an unprecedented and tumultuous year, yet still a time of reflection, reset, resurgence, recovery, and resilience. This conference will allow us to reflect on the history of Black business. This conference is about resetting and resurgence, the right now of Black business. This conference is also about recovery and resilience, the future of Black businesses. Blacks have a long history of entrepreneurship. I recently watched a documentary on PBS called Driving While Black: Race, Space, and Mobility in America. It was a very informative documentary on the multifaceted meaning of DWB. If you get a chance, I recommend you check it out. In this documentary, though, they talked about the Green Book, which was also turned into an award-winning movie. If you don't know what the Green Book was, it was a travel guide created by a Black businessman named Victor Green. This travel guide or Green Book listed hotels, motels, restaurants, nightclubs, and even hair salons. All were Black-owned businesses exclusively for Black travelers. This book was designed to help Black families travel safely across the country. Black businesses flourished during the time of this publication, which was between 1937 and 1966. During the civil rights movement in the 60s, Blacks were asking for a level playing field to compete for business contracts. Sound familiar? In 1964, President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act intended to end discrimination based on race, color, religion, or national origin. Black America was promoting and fighting for freedom and equality for Blacks and women. Sound familiar? High racial tensions, discriminant laws, policies and practices were designed to prevent progress for Black entrepreneurship. Sound familiar? By 1968, President Nixon's executive order formed the Office of Minority Business Enterprise, now known as MBDA, or Minority Business Development Agency, out of the need to support the growth, development, and advancement of Black and minority-owned businesses. We are currently at the intersection of history, past, present, and future, all at once. Supplier diversity was established and jump-started by the automotive industry at a time when 1 out of every 10 Americans identified as a minority. Just 20 years ago, we went from 1 out of every 10 to 2.5 out of every 10 Americans who identified as a minority. Pew Research indicated that from 2000 to 2010, the population growth in the United States was driven almost exclusively by racial and ethnic minorities. The landscape of diversity was changing. Isaac Mazzara, a Forbes magazine contributor who writes about multicultural marketing and the impact on business, published an article this summer where he stated that 2020 is the year when the majority of all Americans under 17 years old will be from a minority background, a process that will culminate with a so-called minority-majority population by the mid-2040s. The landscape of diversity will have evolved. Diversity is understanding and recognizing the uniqueness of someone, such as race, gender, sexual orientation, or age. I do not have to explain the business imperative of supplier diversity, as we already understand and have learned through the years. When corporations begin to recognize the uniqueness of diverse suppliers, profitability and innovation ensues. Remember that. Now, the concept of supplier diversity has evolved toward inclusion, which is a concept of its own. Inclusion builds a culture of belonging through active invitation for the contribution and participation of all. Active invitation, think about that for a moment. Actively inviting means engaging or being ready to engage in physically energetic pursuits according to Oxford's dictionary. This would then mean that corporations who have supplier diversity and inclusion programs should be actively seeking out diverse businesses and inviting them to bid on contracts with intention and purpose. The landscape of supplier diversity needs to change. Along with the intentional recognition of diversity and the active invitation of inclusion, corporations and governments must strive for equity as well. You see, equity attempts to identify the needs and requirements specific to the diversity of each person, such as ethnicity, nationality, age, or gender, and then tries to address the differing needs of each group by bridging the gap between minority and majority groups. We need more than just the recognition of and inclusion of diverse businesses in your portfolio. The contracts must be equitable. Corporations and lenders must start to identify the needs and requirements of Black businesses and take steps to address them. For example, although LGBTQ-owned businesses are classified as minority businesses, they are generating much larger revenue as compared to Black or Hispanic business owners. Do we need to ask why? This disparity shows us that equity is missing from Black and Hispanic business owners. Thus, lenders need to recognize and understand the disparities associated with the acquisition of financial resources among the diverse groups and bridge the gap. This requires policy changes, accountability, and human capital, fully vested in diversity, inclusion, and equity to make real change. Now's the time for large corporations and governments to support Black businesses by ensuring that they have the right people, human capital, in decision-making positions, actively inviting diverse suppliers to bid on equitable contracts and providing fair and equitable lending practices where needed. The most recent census data reported that there were more than 2 million Black-owned businesses in the United States, generating $150 billion in annual revenue and supporting 3.56 million US jobs. Without proper policies and equity invested decision makers in place, we will not be able to protect minority communities and lose generations of Black and brown businesses, which will have a devastating impact on our entire country's economy. Once again, we are at the intersection of past, present, and future. In 1968, civil unrest ensued. It is now the year 2020, 52 years later, and we are still in a state of civil unrest. The murder of yet another Black man, George Floyd, and countless others before him, and more since him, have ignited a global uprising. A heightened level of awareness, necessity, and support for Black people and Black businesses. Simultaneously, we are living through a global pandemic. COVID has changed the way we move in the world. COVID has impacted Black-owned businesses disproportionately. The New York Federal Reserve Bank released a brief in August, finding that areas with higher concentrations of Black business are more likely to be facing larger direct effects of the pandemic. We have experienced a 41% decline in Black businesses since COVID. Unemployment rates for Black Americans rose from 5.8% to 16.8% between February and May of this year. The future of supplier diversity means that everyone must be vested in the advancement of Black people from within the workplace and in the supply chain. Black entrepreneurship is a pathway to narrowing the racial wealth gap and making strides toward economic mobility and generational wealth. The future of diversity, inclusion, and equity in global purchasing means being able to boldly reimagine, reinvent, and restructure not only the supplier diversity framework, but the entire supply chain. Economic recovery for Black and minority businesses is not only possible in the post-COVID, post-pandemic future, but a business imperative. Historical research from FEMA has shown that approximately 40% of businesses do not reopen following a natural disaster, such as Hurricane Katrina, Sandy, or Harvey. The U.S. Small Business Administration reports that historically, approximately 90% of companies fail within 2 years of being hit by a disaster. How can we change those statistics now? At the onset of the pandemic, Deloitte published an article called The Economic Impact of COVID-19. It stated in the article that COVID-19 could affect the global economy in three main ways. One, by directly affecting production. Two, by creating supply chain and market disruption. And three, by its financial impact on firms and financial markets. However, it declared a great deal depends on the public's reaction to the disease. How we react is the deciding factor. Over the summer, American consumers sought out Black-owned business at a much higher rate than the past. June saw record high Google searches for Black-owned businesses near me. And smartphone restaurant discovery apps added features for discovering Black-owned restaurants. Businesses on social media lists saw significantly increased sales. 2 examples I'll share with you. Black People Eats, a Chicago-based company, leveraged Instagram as a modern-day green book, focused on highlighting Black-owned restaurants around Chicago to help keep them open during COVID. Black and Mobile is the first Black-owned food delivery service in the country to deliver exclusively for Black-owned restaurants. Launched in 2019, it grew exponentially when other businesses were closing during COVID. They were growing and hiring across the country: Chicago, Atlanta, Detroit, Baltimore, Philadelphia, DC, and even expanding to Houston, LA in 2021. The Black-owned Greenwood Digital Bank, which opens in January of 2021, will be the first Black-owned digital bank to cater specifically to Blacks and Latinos. This pandemic spotlights how having a digital presence and strong brand image is critical for success, especially during a crisis. Our present environment is prime for innovation. If you haven't prepared yourself for the digital age, you will not survive. This pandemic was a wake-up call for everyone who was slowly embracing connectivity and mobility. This pandemic also highlighted the most important asset of business owners: human capital. Recovery post-pandemic means putting into place new policies, practices, and measures of mobility and productivity. Black businesses need to invest in upskilling, whether it's digital, project and time management, analytics, and technology. They need to invest in operational excellence, whether it's CapEx and machinery and equipment, and then look at shared services. Companies that were able to pivot quickly in March and make rapid and drastic changes are the ones that investors are looking at now, post-COVID. In order to build back better, companies should focus on 3 strategic areas. First, focus on revenue recovery. Look for inefficiencies in your operating models. That may be taking the time to offload unprofitable business models and contracts to reposition for agile working conditions. Review your supply chain and ecosystem. Ask yourself what changes need to be made in order to be successful. What am I doing to conserve cash? Do I have a playbook to prepare for future potential disruptions? Second, assess your networks. Black Americans have always had the innate ability to build strong relationships and entrepreneurial networks. Are there alliances, collaborations, and/or partnerships that can be built in order to increase and recover revenue? In order to build back better, companies should focus on 3 strategic areas. First, focus on revenue recovery. Look for inefficiencies in your operating models. That may mean taking the time to offload unprofitable business models and contracts to reposition for agile working conditions. Review your supply chain and ecosystem. Ask yourself, what changes need to be made in order to be successful? What am I doing to conserve cash? Do I have a playbook to prepare for future potential disruptions? Second, assess your networks. Black Americans have always had the innate ability to build strong relationships and entrepreneurial networks. Are there alliances, collaborations, and/or partnerships that can be built in order to increase and recover revenue and reposition your business for greater success? Opportunities for increased B2B marketing and growth are great among supply tier 1s through tier N. Third, prepare yourself for Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 makes everything in your supply chain smart, from smart manufacturing and factories to smart warehousing and logistics and beyond, providing businesses with an unprecedented level of visibility across the enterprise. It allows us to work smarter while using big data and analytics, cloud computing, augmented reality, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, machine learning, AI, and autonomous robots. accelerating the adoption of digital solutions, and widely deploying new technology to create solutions to existing challenges will allow you to ensure you can scale effectively. Your digital solutions will impact your marketing strategy, your brand image, and how you attract and retain your customer base. Fourth, investigate B2D or business to developer marketing. This involves attracting computer programmers, whether it's web, desktop, or mobile developers, to their open application program interfaces, or better known as APIs, to build software and tools within their proprietary and internal data stream. Apple and its iOS are a great example of a hugely successful program aimed at developers looking to create apps that run on your iPad and iPhone. Working with developers to help connect their APIs to your internal data will help bring your product or service closer to your customer and support a buildable, relevant future marketplace for Black businesses. Additionally, by connecting with local high schools and colleges to leverage their creativity and support your innovation, you can begin to build a pipeline of diverse future employees with fresh ideas and faster ways of doing business. This is called succession planning. In closing, I started this address by speaking on the importance of this conference and the long-standing history of Black entrepreneurship. There are over 2 million Black-owned businesses in the US, and only approximately 10% of the 2+ million Black-owned businesses in the US are certified. Most Fortune 500 companies are looking for certified businesses, but the reality is we know that not all Black businesses need to be certified. Thus, through B2B and B2D, we can help Black businesses scale appropriately and start growing the certified pool. Supplier diversity professionals, I encourage you as advocates and sponsors to review the changing landscape of supplier diversity and pivot your practices as necessary to support the equitable growth and sustainability of minority-owned businesses. You can do this by engaging professionally. Spend the necessary time to become educated on the needs and strategy of the company you represent. Without understanding what your company's needs are, where the priorities are, and where the company is heading, you will not be able to fully articulate the needs to diverse suppliers nor advocate on their behalf. Engaging internally. Do the necessary networking and relationship building internally to ensure you have access to decision makers and their opportunities, and then leverage your influence to help impact the business. Evaluate and communicate the economic impact of your diverse sourcing efforts. During the last 2 years, while I was VP of Global Purchasing at Ford, our supplier diversity team implemented the economic impact report and shared it at our supplier diversity summit with all the senior leaders of the company and at our town hall. We found that by sharing this report with our buying community, it's increased the buyer interest and understanding of the impact of their sourcing decisions. Engaging externally. Leverage industry peers, advocacy groups, and your own supply base to find new business, promote and grow existing business connections, drive B2B through robust Tier 2 programs. Ford, for example, launched this Tier 2 Win program where they are holding their suppliers accountable for the extended impact of diverse sourcing throughout their own supply chain, workforce, and communities. We are currently at the intersection of past, present, and future state. Supplier diversity was birthed at a time when our civil rights were at stake, and an executive order was a stepping stone to addressing the disparities. Today, we are here again. Our civil rights are at stake, and another executive order has been signed. In attempts to remove diversity and inclusion from the table of discussion, the National Business League, National Minority Supplier Development Council, and other advocacy organizations are the modern day Green Book and are a key component to continued growth and success of Black businesses. Housing databases of Black business owners that must be strengthened and leveraged to support better linkages to the industry and to facilitate improved B2B marketing. Research has shown that the median net worth for Black business owners is 12 times higher than Black non-business owners. 12 times higher than non-Black business owners. We are at an inflection point. In order to build, distribute, and create generational wealth within the Black community, we must employ Black, buy Black, and support Black businesses through collaboration. As our forever President Obama said in 2008, change we can believe in. Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
In 1872, a young man set out on foot on a 500-mile journey across the state of Virginia. His name was Booker T. Washington, and he was heading for the Hampton Institute, a school that had been founded for the training of the freedmen and the freedwomen following the Civil War. Little did he know that he would become that school's most famous graduate.
He takes both agricultural courses as well as academic courses. He excels at both, but he's most taken by the philosophy that African Americans should try to build economic power through industrial education.
Booker T. Washington becomes the principal and leader of Tuskegee Institute in Tuskegee, Alabama, a school for African Americans, and creates it into something that no one ever saw before.
Under his direction, Tuskegee became one of the leading institutions of higher learning for African Americans in the country. His success brought him a great deal of national attention and launched him onto the lecture circuit. In 1895, he delivered his most famous and most controversial address. It became known as the Atlanta Compromise. The speech was artfully crafted to impress his largely white and extremely conservative audience. In the speech, Washington urged African Americans to focus on long-term economic development rather than continue to agitate for their civil and political rights.
He thought that it was best for African Americans to gain an industrial education and ideally translate that into land ownership, business ownership, and build up institutions of their own.
In a way, Booker T is saying we have to remember that our well-being relies on the goodwill of white people. And the best way to ensure our future is to make ourselves useful to white people rather than agitating for a partnership they clearly are not ready to give to us.
To his most searching critics, Washington was leading African Americans backwards towards slavery. But some of his behind-the-scenes efforts reveal a more complex picture.
At the same time as his public-facing politics were accommodationist, he's also funding anti-discrimination lawsuits challenging Jim Crow segregation. So he understood the problems of segregation. He was trying to find a way for the masses to survive and endure until the context changed.